tell your neighbor, if the seat beside you is empty and you know who should be there, call your neighbor. We start in the next 5 minutes. We start in the next 5 minutes. So please call your colleagues, call your fellow delegates, call your country people, call your neighbors, call the leaders who should be in the room. Tell them we're about to start, and we're not starting without you. Because one hand cannot wash clean perfectly. But when they come together, it's easier to wash and to clean easily. Once again, good morning and welcome to Abuja. It's going to be a good day. Trust me, it's going to be a good day. Could you turn to your neighbor, smile, and say, it's going to be a good day? I said smile. If you're not smiling and you didn't do it quite well, it's going to be a good day. Thank you very much. We count down to 5 minutes and we kickstart. Thank you. Hafuture, Miss Hafuture, please, could you come inside? My co-host, could you come inside, please? It's 10:03. We need to kickstart. Technical, please, could you bring down the music? Yes, please.
Ask me to add the acknowledgement. Yes. Yes, but I was trying to get them to start. They wanted to do a press conference first. I was like, no. She's not here, right? Her name. Her Excellency Chief Dr. Jules. From her former VP Liberia and former Vice President. But which one comes first? Good morning. Bonjour, mesdames. Bonjour, messieurs. If I may request that you please all take a seat. I'm going to ask the ladies sitting in the back to come to the front. Si tout le monde peut prendre place, s'il vous plaît, nous allons bientôt commencer. Merci de prendre place. Nous allons commencer. Please fill up the seat. Come to the front. Everyone, please take a seat. Okay, please take a seat so we can get started. Good morning. Bonjour. Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, members of parliament, ambassadors, representative of regional and international organizations, development partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you had a very wonderful night and are well rested and ready for today. As we begin day 2 of the Women's Political Leadership Forum for West Africa, it's my great pleasure to acknowledge our distinguished dignitaries. Allow me to start with Her Excellency Chief Dr. Jewel Howard Teller, former Vice President of the Republic of Liberia and former First Lady of Liberia. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Also allow me to introduce my dear Mama Bineta Diop, co-convener of the African Women Leaders Network and former African Union Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security. Thank you so much for joining us, Mama Diop. Also allow me to introduce Her Excellency Senator Dr. Chantal Fani, President of the ECOWAS Female Parliamentary Association. My countrywoman also from Côte d'Ivoire, so it's a pleasure to have you with us. And of course, one of our co-conveners, Dr. Jide Okeke, Director of the Regional Program for Africa UNDP. We also have Maman Marie-Laure, who is the Global Arlene Chair, co-chair. We are honored and thank you for your steadfast commitment and work to advance women's political leadership and gender parity across West Africa. Welcome to day 2. We had a wonderful day yesterday that was filled with great keynotes. We also have such great panels where we learned about why women need to be involved, but not only involved where they need to take a seat. We learned about the importance of parity. We learned about personal experience from various women where we had to even apply Chatham House rules because they really shared their experience with us. So day 1 filled me with a lot of great insight. I was taking notes and working and trying to see what we can do for today. So let's hope that today will be even more beautiful than yesterday. And I wish you a very welcome, and I'm really happy to be here with my co-host, Glory. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Hafu Toure. I'm a development finance expert working with the like of IFC, African Development Bank. But for today, I will be your co-moderator, and I look forward to hosting you today. Thank you.
Good morning, Powerhouse of Africa. My name is Glory Uzamaka Mfoniso Ohago. I am a broadcast journalist and a narrative architect, amplifying the voices of African women at Voice of Nigeria. Voice of Nigeria is Nigeria's external broadcast radio station broadcasting in 9 languages to West and Central Africa, North Africa, Europe, and Asia. And my station places priority on women and the development of women. That's why we have a premium program called Women and Development, solely dedicated to women to tell the stories of African women, their challenges, their journey so far, and where they're headed to. And that's why I'm honored to be with my finance powerhouse as the co-host for this historic Abuja Converge. Please, a round of applause to all of you. If I may start, may I ask them to rise because we still have to take a national anthem. You have to learn the national anthem of Nigeria before you go back. And when I come to your country, I'll learn yours. Yes, I'll learn. So please, shall I ask all of us to kindly rise for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Just one verse, technical, one verse. And thereafter, the women's anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
And the women's anthem. All across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song. I will sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing, I will sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and so sing a song. I will sing a song everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, Thank you very much, Afata. I'll push to you for the first.
Okay. Do we all feel so energized and empowered this morning? Oh, great. I love to hear that. We are going to get started with our first panel of the day. And the theme of this panel is Advancing Young Women in Politics, Building Regional Consensus for Inclusive Leadership in West Africa. So it's my pleasure to, let me try that again. It's from fragmented efforts to collective power. Right? That's the one. Day one, exactly. Building a unified regional movement for women's political leadership in West Africa. And it is my distinguished pleasure to introduce my dear sister, Charlene Bromskin. Let me tell you about this sister of mine. She's a distinguished lawyer, public servant, and political leader. She served as the vice presidential candidate in Liberia's 2023 presidential election, currently serves as chair of the advisory council of the Liberty Party, and she has recently been appointed as Justice of the ECOWAS Community Court of Justice. Please clap for my dear sister. For me, one of the greatest joy of attending this event is seeing my sisters doing amazing on the global scene, and I am so happy to welcome her on stage today. So I'm passing the mic to you to invite your panelists and get started. Thank you. I thought she was a moderator, but she's actually a panelist. So let me call the other panelists and the moderator. The moderator is Antoinette Mbru, coordinator WILDAF West Africa. Please come to the stage. I was so excited to call my sister that I started with her. I will also be calling Dr. Babatunde Afolabi, Director of Political Affairs, ECOWAS Commission. Please. Ms. Leila Gozo, Senior Consultant, LGG and Partners. I also have here Dr. Kumba, but will she be replaced by you? Yes? Would you like to replace Dr. Kumba? Yes, my dear sister Yvette, who's the Aulin chair for Togo. Benin, sorry. I just came from Togo, so I had that in mind. Yes. So do we have all the panelists? Antoinette? Yes, you'll be moderating. So I'll pass the mic to you now. Thank you.
Excellence, Madame la Vice-Présidente. Okay. Excellence, Madame la Vice-Présidente. Excellence, Madame la Vice-Présidente de la Commission de la CEDEAO. Excellence, Mesdames et Messieurs, à vos différents rangs et titres. Tout protocole observé, distingués participantes et participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, bonjour à vous tous. Je rends grâce à Dieu pour cette journée merveilleuse qu'il nous a donnée. Et je voudrais remercier les organisateurs pour l'opportunité qui nous est donnée de modérer cette session ce matin et aussi les féliciter pour cette grande initiative qui rassemble de grandes dames de la sous-région ouest africaine et d'ailleurs. Mesdames et messieurs, aujourd'hui c'est le 31 juillet, c'est la journée internationale de la femme africaine et je vous souhaite une très bonne journée à vous toutes. Bonne fête à toutes les femmes africaines. Elle a dit, je suis Antoinette Mbru, je suis la coordinatrice du WILDAF Afrique de l'Ouest. Le WILDAF Afrique de l'Ouest, c'est le Women in Law and Development in Africa. Je coordonne la session ouest-africaine de cette grande organisation. Et je suis également consultant sur ce projet Legacy Projects qui nous rassemble aujourd'hui. Mesdames et messieurs, c'est vraiment un honneur pour moi de modérer ce panel. Aujourd'hui, nous allons parler d'un thème d'une importance stratégique. Il s'agit des initiatives fragmentées à une force collective, bâtir un mouvement régional unifié pour le leadership politique des femmes en Afrique de l'Ouest. Je voudrais d'emblée vous dire, distingués participants, mesdames et messieurs, que cette session sera pour nous, les distingués panélistes et moi-même, ce sera l'occasion pour nous d'explorer les voies et les mécanismes qui permettent de fédérer nos différentes initiatives nationales qui existent déjà dans nos différents contextes afin de renforcer l'influence collective des femmes dans les processus politiques. Il s'agira également pour nous de voir comment on pourra consolider le leadership des femmes et de promouvoir une gouvernance plus inclusive à l'échelle régionale. Mesdames et messieurs, le thème de notre panel nous invite à réfléchir à une question essentielle. C'est celle de savoir comment transformer les nombreuses initiatives nationales en faveur du leadership politique des femmes en une dynamique régionale forte, cohérente et influente. Vous le savez si bien, à travers notre région ouest-africaine, les États membres, les institutions publiques, les organisations de la société civile et les partenaires ont développé de nombreuses initiatives pour aider à la promotion de la participation des femmes en politique. Ces efforts, il faut le reconnaître, ces efforts témoignent de la volonté de plus en plus croissante de faire progresser l'égalité dans notre région ouest-africaine. Mesdames et messieurs, il est clair, et nous devons le constater, que toutefois, malgré ces efforts, les impacts de ces initiatives demeurent souvent limités. Et cela dans la mise en œuvre, parce que cette mise en œuvre est dispersée, et aussi et surtout parce qu'il manque une coordination à l'échelle régionale. Et donc l'objectif, encore une fois, de notre panel ce matin, c'est d'identifier les stratégies qui sont opérationnelles, d'identifier également les leviers d'action politique qui permettront de mieux articuler ces différentes initiatives nationales afin de les transformer en une coalition régionale qui devrait être coordonnée, une coalition qui sera influente, qui pourra nous permettre d'orienter les processus et les résultats politiques de renforcement durable du leadership des femmes et de promouvoir une plus grande redevabilité en Afrique de l'Ouest. Et cet exercice, je vais le faire avec les distingués panélistes qui sont assis devant vous. J'ai l'honneur d'avoir Dr Kumba Magadio. Elle n'est pas là? Oh, c'est Madame Huguette Aplogan qui la représente. Elle est à Ouline du Bénin. Merci, Madame. Est-ce que vous pourrez m'aider à applaudir pour Madame Huguette, s'il vous plaît? J'ai également l'honneur d'avoir sur ce panel Councillor Charlene Bruce King, Head of Governance, Women's Political Participation Pillar of Awilin, Liberia. Bienvenue. Encore une fois, je me fais le plaisir de les représenter. J'ai le docteur Afolabi Babatunde, qui est le directeur affaires politiques de la commission de la CEDEAO, qui est avec nous. Et aussi Madame Léla Gozo, très enchantée, Senior Consultant LGG and Partners. Je vais leur adresser à chacun une question. Mesdames et messieurs, ils vont apporter des réponses à ces questions-là. Et si on a le temps, je leur adresserai également une seconde question. Et après, nous vous donnerons l'opportunité de participer en cette discussion très importante. On peut y aller? Merci à vous. Je vais adresser la première question au docteur. Docteur, nous sommes enchantés de vous avoir parmi nous dans ce panel. La première question va à la CEDEAO. Je voudrais savoir, docteur, Et vous convenez également avec moi qu'aujourd'hui, dans notre région, nous avons de nombreuses initiatives qui vont en faveur du leadership politique des femmes. Maintenant, selon vous, quels sont les principaux obstacles qui empêchent ces différentes initiatives nationales de converger vers une véritable dynamique régionale? Et quel rôle est-ce que la CEDEAO peut jouer pour favoriser une coordination de ces différentes initiatives? Vous avez le micro, s'il vous plaît.
Si je peux m'exprimer. Can you hear me? Can they hear me? Okay. Merci, madame. Je voudrais m'exprimer en anglais, si c'est bien. It's an honor to be here, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. And let me start by congratulating you on the International Women's Day today. Congratulations. It's also an important time in the history of women, in my view, because only yesterday, the UN convened these straw polls, on who would be the next UN Secretary General. And on the list of about 6 people, the women really topped it. And we really hope that, the next Secretary of the UN would be a woman. We hope so. Well, with regard to ECOWAS, in terms of what ECOWAS is doing to ensure that there is increased participation of women in the political space, I would like to start by saying that, there are various political barriers that women face, in the sub-region, most of which you already know quite well. There are the issues of the patriarchal norms that have still refused to go away. There is political violence. There is limited campaign financing for women. And then, of course, the lack of respect for the quotas, that have been assigned in laws, in regulations, etc. But having said that, I think that, the main challenge is that there's a lot of fragmentation when it comes to the efforts. So rather than have a coordinated strategic approach, you have all sorts of, initiatives at different levels. So I'm thinking that to achieve this important goal, it will be important to come together. And perhaps a good start would be to have a regional advocacy initiative, which I'm sure ECOWAS will be more than happy to play a significant role to birth. So for me, despite the political fragmentation, it is absolutely important to ensure that, the approach is coordinated at the regional level. For ECOWAS, we have, I think, very good normative frameworks that already insist on, participation, political participation for women. There is the ECOWAS Supplementary Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance. There are other regional norms that we have, strove to ensure is respected. We ensure inclusion on every level. For example, when it comes to elections, election observation missions, when it comes to that, we ensure that there is a minimum quota, to have women involved in these efforts. We have all sorts of policies, regional frameworks, etc. But again, I'm underscoring the importance of ensuring that we come together, we pool resources, and we start with an advocacy. But I would also like to quickly highlight the fact that it's not all gloomy when you look at the landscape. There are a number of countries that we can learn from. Senegal is a prime example of a country that has tried to ensure that women participation is respected. At the minimum, at the political parties level, they respect that quota rule of 50-50, 50%. Cabo Verde, of course, we had only recently observed the elections in Cabo Verde, and it was quite remarkable to see the important role of women, in parliament. I would also like to quickly mention the fact that when it comes to being an umpire for elections in the sub-region, you see increasingly that women are coming to the fore. We have, for example, in Cabo Verde, which I just mentioned, you have a woman, formidable woman leading the Electoral Commission. Until quite recently, you had in Guinea as well, a woman who led the Electoral Commission that orchestrated the last elections. I think Ghana also is an example. So beyond just having women involved in politics aspiring for positions, contesting for elections, women also need to be involved in, overseeing electoral processes. I think that is also something that I wanted to highlight. I will stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Babantunde. Le docteur a reconnu avec nous qu'il y a ces difficultés en ce qui concerne la fragmentation de ces initiatives. Il a par ailleurs suggéré quelques stratégies pour nous permettre de rassembler toutes ces initiatives nationales, notamment le plaidoyer. Il pense que le plaidoyer au niveau régional pourra nous aider à rassembler ces initiatives dans nos différents pays. Il a également pensé que ce sera utile de pouvoir copier les bons exemples que nous avons dans la sous-région, notamment au Sénégal. Il a parlé également du Cap-Vert. Il a donné l'exemple de la Guinée et du Ghana où les commissions électorales ont été dirigées par les femmes. Au Ghana, actuellement, c'est une femme qui est la présidente de la commission électorale. Je voudrais remercier le docteur. Je vais revenir à vous, docteur, si vous permettez. Mais permettez-moi d'aller rapidement à Madame Akplogan Huguette de Aouline, Bénin, pour lui adresser également une question. Madame, les organisations de la société civile sont souvent à l'origine d'initiatives qui sont très innovantes. Vous convenez avec moi. Mais quel mécanisme maintenant, quel mécanisme de collaboration et de plaidoyer collectif qui permettront, madame, selon vous, quels mécanismes de collaboration et de plaidoyer permettront de transformer ces différentes initiatives et expériences nationales en une coalition régionale qui sera capable d'influencer les politiques publiques et les processus électoraux, par exemple.
Merci beaucoup. Permettez-moi avant toute chose de saluer le gouvernement du Nigeria, la CEDEAO et également le PNUD et notre grande organisation African Women Leaders Network. Donc je salue la co-conveneur qui est là et dire que les organisations de la société civile, effectivement, comme nous le sommes en tant qu'African Women Leaders Network, dans au moins 40 pays aujourd'hui avec les chapitres, quand on s'organise et qu'on a des initiatives pareilles, il faudrait les fédérer. En premier lieu, voir toutes ces initiatives fleurir et partager avec les femmes à la base tout ce qui est fait et leur demander plutôt d'aller en rang dispersé, de se mettre ensemble. Se mettre ensemble, pourquoi? Se renforcer d'abord en tant que femme, se renforcer entre organisations et aujourd'hui, le parapluie que constitue Aouline nous donne cet exemple parfait où dans chaque pays, vous avez, que ce soit pour la paix et la sécurité, que ce soit pour l'inclusion financière, que ce soit pour les femmes rurales et l'économie bleue, que ce soit également pour les jeunes femmes que nous devons mentorer, en passant par les femmes en politique, nous nous retrouvons et nous travaillons la main dans la main pour 3 choses essentielles. Le renforcement des capacités. Ces capacités qui nous permettent de développer ces stratégies de plaidoyer que nous pouvons porter vers nos dirigeants et quand on les porte avec une seule voix, les portes s'ouvrent facilement. Nous partageons une même vision et quand les gouvernants voient que vous partagez la même vision et que vous vous mettez ensemble pour venir d'une même voix, vous êtes mieux écoutés. Ce qui nous permet de pouvoir lever un certain nombre de goulots d'étranglement. Il y a également le partage des bonnes pratiques. Quand il y a une pratique qui est réussie dans un pays, on n'a plus ce temps d'aller reprendre les expériences, mais on part sur ces bonnes initiatives pour permettre à d'autres pays qui ont les mêmes difficultés de pouvoir les utiliser pour avancer. Troisièmement, je dirais également que nous partons d'une même voie vers les grandes institutions, notamment la CEDEAO et les partenaires au développement. Quand on part en tant que grand bloc, comme Aouline, vers le PNUD pour discuter d'une même voie, vous voyez que les énergies sont fédérées, les ressources sont fédérées et on sait également les disséminer de façon efficiente. Et je dirais quatrièmement que nous renforçons la solidarité entre les femmes. Et je veux insister sur cette solidarité qui nous permet de développer le mentorat vis-à-vis des jeunes qui nous observent. En travaillant ensemble, elles prendront l'exemple. On voit également les réseaux de soutien. Ce qui est sûr, quand Aouline est née, les autres réseaux se sont dit, voilà encore une autre organisation, est-ce qu'on va nous phagocyter? On dit non. Vos initiatives, nous les prenons, nous les capitalisons, et vu qu'on a été mis en place par ONU Femmes et l'Union africaine, nous portons vos voix vers ces grandes organisations. Et on les rassure en leur disant que c'est ensemble, en nous donnant la main, que nous allons pouvoir discuter avec et les gouvernants, et les institutions, et les partenaires pour porter mieux la voix des femmes et faire connaître tout ce que nous faisons. Donc voilà, cette foison d'initiatives, si on pourrait les fédérer dans un même cadre, ça permettrait d'avoir plus de résultats, plus de visibilité, et donc nous serons pris au sérieux par nos gouvernants et les institutions.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Aplogan-Huguette.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci d'applaudir pour Madame. Madame, vous avez partagé plusieurs initiatives, en tout cas qui pourront nous aider à fédérer toutes ces initiatives nationales. Vous avez surtout touché des points qui me rappellent les discussions qu'on a eues hier. Vous avez parlé de la solidarité. Hier, on en a parlé tout au long de la journée. C'était important que les femmes soient solidaires entre elles pour que ces actions-là, dans nos différents contextes, puissent être remontées au niveau régional. Vous avez également pensé que les ressources doivent être fédérées. Et je suis entièrement d'accord avec vous. Je suis certaine que nos participants, les excellences qui sont avec nous ce matin, seront d'accord également. Quand nous avons de petites ressources, c'est vraiment difficile de pouvoir être visible. Mais quand nous fédérons ces ressources, c'est plus facile, chers amis, de pouvoir se faire entendre d'une voix. J'ai retenu ces deux points-là, au-delà des points que vous avez partagés avec nous. Encore une fois, si vous permettez, si le temps le permet également, je vais revenir pour une autre question. Merci beaucoup. Permettez que je m'adresse, chers participantes et participants, à Madame Léla Gozo maintenant. Madame Léla Gozo est Senior Consultant, LDG and Partners. Madame, j'ai une question pour vous. C'est de savoir, au-delà de la création d'une coalition régionale, c'est l'idée que nous avons dans cette discussion, au-delà donc de la création de cette coalition régionale, comment est-ce qu'on peut garantir l'efficacité de cette initiative régionale ou de cette idée régionale et même sa pérennité, c'est-à-dire quel mécanisme de gouvernance, quel mécanisme de financement et de suivi, de redevabilité recommandez-vous pour pouvoir nous permettre de mesurer l'influence de cette initiative régionale, si possible, sur non seulement les réformes politiques, mais aussi sur les résultats obtenus en faveur du leadership des femmes. Madame, vous avez le micro, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Madame la modératrice. Donc, je vais plutôt apporter un angle technique en tant que consultante sur ces questions. Vous avez parlé aussi de comment soutenir les candidates émergentes. Donc, selon mon analyse, cibler l'angle mort des primaires est très important. Parce que pour soutenir efficacement la relève, l'action collective doit braquer les projecteurs là où le pouvoir se verrouille réellement. Donc on parle des primaires par rapport à ces jeunes candidates qui émergent. En fait, les efforts se concentrent trop souvent sur l'élection générale. Or, la réalité brute, on le voit, que ce soit à Abuja, Accra ou Dakar, montre que lorsqu'il y a des législatives, plus de 82% des femmes aspirantes sont éliminées dès les primaires internes des partis. En Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons l'exemple des candidatures féminines au sein des partis qui peinent à dépasser les 15%. Les données documentées par ONU Femmes confirment cette tendance. En moyenne, 8 femmes sur 10 sont arrêtées avant même d'avoir atteint le bulletin de vote. Donc ce verrou selon mon analyse, ce ne sont pas les électeurs, ce sont plutôt les primaires internes dans les partis. Donc, nous l'avons vu récemment, même au Nigeria, malheureusement, nous avons vu que cela est un réel problème au sein des partis politiques lors des dernières primaires. Donc, ce que j'aimerais apporter et répondre à votre question, je pense que pour briser ce verrou, il faut refuser le piège de l'inclusion purement statistique. Donc, en communication, on dit, une règle est très claire, c'est qu'une marque forte exige un produit irréprochable. Je ne vais pas citer le nom de cette compagnie de boissons gazeuses très connue, mais je vais essayer de faire un parallélisme pour dire que si cette marque aujourd'hui crée une boisson d'eau minérale, tout le monde va se jeter vers ce produit. Ce parallélisme, en fait, m'amène à dire que le consommateur aujourd'hui a besoin de nos institutions qu'elles produisent des élites qui sont identifiées, coachées, sous une plateforme bien définie. Donc, les coalitions régionales doivent devenir ce label de confiance. L'inclusion doit rimer avec donc ces qualifications, le mérite, la préparation technique de ces candidates. L'objectif n'est pas de remplir des quotas de façade, mais de propulser des compétences prêtes à gouverner. Je suis issue moi-même d'un groupe de jeunes du Forum économique mondial. J'ai pu bénéficier de cette plateforme qui m'a propulsée à différents niveaux. Donc, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, avec tout ce que nous avons comme institutions, dont AWLF aujourd'hui, qui nous réunit ici, et toutes ces organisations, nous avons toutes les ressources en fait pour pouvoir créer cette plateforme et aider ces jeunes femmes à arriver et à atteindre leurs objectifs avant les primaires, pas seulement quand elles arrivent aux élections. Donc c'est le point que j'aimerais apporter par rapport à votre question. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à Madame Gozo. On sent qu'elle est une technicienne, hein? Elle a donné un exemple pour expliquer ses propositions de stratégie et elle s'est basée sur le contexte ivoirien. Et je retiens de vos propos que l'inclusion est une stratégie il faut mettre l'accent là-dessus. Je retiens également que les compétences doivent être renforcées pour que ces initiatives nationales puissent émerger vers le niveau régional. Merci beaucoup, Madame Gozo. Encore une fois, je me ferai le plaisir de revenir vers vous pour une seconde question. À présent, mesdames et messieurs, vous permettez que j'adresse une question à Madame, au conseiller, Charline Bromsky, excusez-moi. Elle est Head of Governance, Women Political Participation Pillar of Aulin, Liberia. Madame, ma question pour vous, c'est de savoir quelle action ou bien quelles réformes les États membres de notre communauté devraient prioriser pour mieux relier les différentes initiatives nationales aux engagements régionaux afin que les avancées en matière de leadership politique des femmes puissent produire un impact durable et aussi visible.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today. I am honored to be on this platform with such reputable experts. I'm pleased to represent Aulin. And I am from Liberia. So before I even begin to answer the question, I think it's important for women to publicly recognize other women who are not just talking the talk, but who are actually being courageous enough to put our words into action. So as a Liberian woman sitting here, I must recognize two women in the audience. The first is the Honorable Bemi Horace Colley, who is the Minister of Gender from Liberia, and Her Excellency, the former Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Dr. Juwahawa Taylor. I recognize them not just as formality, I recognize them because I want you to know what we are doing in Liberia. I want to start with a recent example where I will tell you what our Minister of Gender did in March, of this year. She and I are from different political parties. She was courageous enough, she was bold enough to invite me, who some saw as an opposition leader, to be the keynote speaker for the Government of Liberia International Women's Day. It took courage for her to do that because we know that in politics, sometimes there is intentional effort to pit women against each other. So I think we need to honor her and recognize what she did. I also want to give as an example, I think an extraordinary relationship that I have with the former Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Madam Juwahawa Taylor. Historically, she has been a big sister to me, an auntie, and a mentor. And 2023, unbeknownst to me, this was not something that I thought would happen, she was running as vice president as an incumbent to President George Weah. I was asked to join a ticket as a vice presidential candidate where I would be running against the woman who had been a mentor, a big sister. There were times when I went to her house and cried on her couch because of some political fights that I had to endure. I didn't know the future. She did not know the future. She did not know that the woman who sat on her couch and cried one day, a year and a half later, would be running against her. It did not affect her relationship with me. She continued to see me as a colleague, but also as a small sister. These are the stories that women need to hear across the region. How women support each other during the most difficult times. So I have two examples, not in theory, but practical examples of what's happening in Liberia. So to my two big sisters, I salute you. Thank you. Now, how do we, I think it's sort of integrate, right, what we've been doing at the national level to ensure that there is political participation regionally. I think I kind of paraphrase it, but I think that's the gist of what you've said. So there are three things. So I'm going to quickly say I'm sitting here in my capacity as someone who has run for office in Liberia. I'm also a lawyer, and I have recently been appointed, and I don't know if the doctor knows this, thank you, as a justice on the ECOWAS Community Court of Justice from the Republic of Liberia. So I will answer these questions in three capacities. I will start as a candidate when I ran for office in Liberia. So when we talk about laws, we need to make sure that we're not just here talking in theory about how we can ensure political participation. Liberia is one state. My Honorable Moima Mensah Briggs is here. She is one of the loudest voices for women in the Liberian parliament. We have yet to even begin to pass. We are working on passing our new elections law where the language of this 30% quota will be enforced. In Liberia right now, there is debate because they have put a gap, a loophole in the law. The law now says that each political party shall ensure 30% of women are fielded. But they put language in there to say that if a political party can show good cause, why they cannot field a party, it is up to the discretion of the National Elections Commission to allow the party to participate. It defeats the entire purpose. So we must ensure that our laws actually have teeth. I know that Sierra Leone, I know that Senegal, we have examples of legislation that has been passed, and we see the good, the benefits. And so we need to ensure, first of all, at the national level that these laws have teeth. The second thing now, and this is where I'm going to give my doctor, my brother, my future colleague, a bit of a difficult time. Because if we sit here with ECOWAS as one of the sponsors of this very important forum. And we say, well, ECOWAS has done X, Y, and Z to ensure that we have some regional integration and that we're serious about having women represented and women participating. Then the recent presidential declaration, one of the reasons that we are here today, I want to challenge you, I want to question, if we are serious, why not elevate this to a binding law, a binding protocol, a supplementary protocol? If ECOWAS if we collectively are serious about this, then we need to take radical action. It can no longer be talk. It can no longer be women convening to have discussions, but then we leave and we don't hold accountable the regional body that each of us have signed a treaty to. So is there some way that we can elevate this to binding law? And if states don't ensure 30% participation, then there are sanctions. I will be at the court, and I don't want to presuppose or be assumptuous, but then, are there mechanisms before the court? And you know what I'm saying, to ensure that our countries are actually being held to account. And then, okay, so I have one more, but I think I don't want to monopolize. Okay, so just quickly, regionally we need, and this is why I mentioned the honorable women, the networking. There should be a regional hub, some type of database system, somewhere where women across the region can access networking opportunities. I was subject to cyberbullying. I was subject to online attacks and threats. Media, I had UN Women immediately called me to say, how can we support you? Can we have a network of regional media personnel who can blast on social media, on the different newspapers? This is what's happening in Liberia, to shame the perpetrators. Lawyers who can be called in each of these countries when there are issues of electoral fraud or violence. So many women were, lost elections by nominal amounts, and many of it was because of fraud. So just having a regional hub, a database, a network. Lastly, I'm a member of the Abuja initiative, which is a leadership of women on the continent. I had one of my sisters from Sao Tome, Principe, who called me this year to say, I'm thinking about running for office. I need your help. I had a sister from mayor from Zambia, and so we, coalesce around each other and support. So I think having a regional database of networks and such can assist with ensuring that there's integration.
Thank you very much, Honorable George. Justice, yeah, thank you so very much. We appreciate. Je reviens juste en quelques phrases sur ce que Madame le juge a dit. Elle pense qu'il faut des réformes. Elle a insisté sur les réformes au niveau national. Elle a également parlé des réformes au sein des partis politiques eux-mêmes. Et puis, elle pense que le réseautage au niveau régional on devrait mettre l'accent là-dessus. Et à ce niveau, elle a suggéré qu'on puisse disposer des données de base qui pourront nous permettre de renforcer ce réseautage. Je crois que nous avons encore une minute. Je vais adresser une question à eux, mais merci à vous tous pour cette première réponse à mes questions. Maintenant, la dernière question, avant de donner la parole aux distingués participantes et participants, la dernière question, c'est de savoir, en direct et rapidement, si vous deviez identifier une priorité absolue pour pouvoir passer des initiatives nationales fragmentées à une force collective régionale, quelle serait-elle et pourquoi? Je commence avec Madame Huguette Apologan du Bénin, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup. Passer d'une initiative nationale à une initiative globale qui nous permette d'avoir cette force-là, de porter le plaidoyer, c'est de demander déjà à toutes les femmes dans leur pays d'être membres d'une organisation pour se faire renforcer et de voir au sein de cette organisation comment est-ce qu'elles portent ensemble, soit avec le ministère des Affaires sociales de leur pays et le ministère peut-être des Affaires étrangères qui aient en lien avec les institutions régionales leur voix vers ces institutions.
Merci, madame. Je vais passer à ma sœur, madame Gozo. Qu'est-ce que vous pensez de cette question? Si, je la reprends pour vous également. Si vous deviez identifier une priorité absolue pour passer des initiatives nationales qui sont fragmentées à une force collective régionale, quelle serait-elle et pourquoi?
Merci Madame la modératrice. J'opterais pour une action collective, comme disait ma copanéliste, une action collective qui cible l'infrastructure interne des partis. J'insiste beaucoup en fait sur ce point-là parce que nous avons vécu beaucoup de soucis à l'interne des partis. Donc c'est là que le modèle de plateforme dont je parlais précédemment, selon moi, est important. C'est unifier nos forces régionales pour transformer les partis en incubateurs de compétences avant les primaires. Voici ma réponse. Merci.
Merci, Madame Gozo. La même question s'adresse au docteur. Docteur, qu'est-ce que vous pensez de cela? Une priorité absolue qui pourra nous aider à passer de nos initiatives nationales, à une force régionale absolue. Et quelle sera cette initiative et pourquoi, s'il vous plaît?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think a lot has already been said in terms of very good ideas. But I'll limit my intervention to the regional level, since this is where I currently operate at. I think one key element of it is to also look at inwardly as ECOWAS and to see how we can, for example, work on a revision or an addendum to the Supplementary Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance. I even think, personally, that the 30% rule is too low. At the minimum, it should be 50%, ideally. And we have seen countries, where it's worked really well. I had the privilege of working in East Africa until fairly recently when I came to ECOWAS, Rwanda, Kenya, etc. And you could see the impact of women's increased participation on national development. So I would be happy to see what is possible in terms of helping to facilitate that at the ECOWAS level. Let us revise the protocol and see how we can scale it up. But beyond that, another element is, of course, the implementation of it. We will be open to ideas. I don't have a great idea on that yet, because it is not just enough also to legislate. Enforcement or implementation will be critical. Mm-hmm. That would be something that we will need to think about.
Juste une initiative.
Yeah, so I'll stop there.
Après,
Thank
vous
you.
aurez, docteur, s'il vous plaît, vous aurez le micro pour répondre aux contributions des participants, s'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup. Honorable juge, je vous adresse également la même question. Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez si vous devez proposer une priorité absolue pour nous aider à passer de nos initiatives nationales qui sont fragmentées à une force collective régionale? Quelle sera cette initiative et pourquoi?
Hello. Okay. Thank you. So I have to echo what everyone has said. I mean, but particularly what Doctor from ECOWAS has said. And maybe because of my training as a lawyer, laws, laws, laws. No one's going to give it to us. We need to put it in the law. It needs to be binding, these quotas, and there has to be implementation, proper implementation, which should not be a problem. The issue will be enforcement. Enforcement comes from political will. If we are all serious, we will ensure that it's enforced, because if it's not enforced, there will be sanctions placed. So that, may I just add very quickly, please, to what my sisters on the panel said about collective action. I come from a country where, although we have not been successful in political participation, but I think Liberia is the model for mass action. We are the country where women ended a civil war because we decided that we were going to come together and pray and fast and demand that men. So collective action is important, and we should do it. We can do it. We'll do it again. Thank you.
Waouh, 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 waouh. Merci aux distingués panélistes. Une seule priorité, j'ai retenu 4 ici. Il faut être membre d'une organisation. Toutes les femmes doivent faire partie d'une organisation. Il faut une action collective, surtout au niveau des partis politiques. Regardez comment nous pourrons aider à réorganiser le fonctionnement des partis politiques. Je retiens également qu'il faut la révision du protocole de la CEDEAO et exiger 50% pour la parité, aller à la parité absolue. Et puis, l'honorable juge a aussi insisté sur les dispositions qui devraient être obligatoires. Mesdames et messieurs, chers participants, distingués participantes, Excellences, vous avez maintenant le micro. Nous avons quelques minutes pour vous donner le micro pour votre contribution. Ensuite, nous reviendrons vers les panélistes pour répondre à des questions si vous en avez ou à vos contributions. Je vous remercie. Des contributions? Des questions, s'il vous plaît?
Madam,
Yeah.
I think they're waiting for the people to be ushered in.
Yeah, we want them to sit down first and we have their attention. Yeah. Thank you.
You're a judge now, so you need to enforce. Make it happen. I will support you. Sure.
Merci. Les distingués excellences ont pris place. Je demandais si vous avez... J'ai vu une main ici, à ma gauche. Est-ce qu'on peut lui donner rapidement le micro? Et puis, une seconde main ici. S'il vous plaît, en 1 minute de contribution, nous devons laisser la place à l'autre session. Madame, c'est ici, de ce côté, s'il vous plaît. De ce côté. Juste 3 contributions et puis nous passons le micro pour le mot final à nos panélistes.
Good day, everyone. Sorry, again, it's not a contribution, it's a question. The closest framework that we have in Nigeria that would ensure women's political participation is the Reserved Seats for Women's Bill. And it's, I would urge everyone in the room to at least try to read on it. But there's a fundamental issue when it comes to implementing it or having it been passed. It's been lingering for so long, and you have to now wait and think, is this actually going to pass? There's a lot of questions around it, and I believe the longer that it lingers, the more loopholes that are going to be there for little interest to go in and so on. How will your international organizations, ECOWAS, and all of the panelists here, in your capacities, how are you able to project some sort of pressure onto the houses to actually pass this bill? Because I think it would be a step in the right direction in terms of reserving seats for women or at least increasing women's political participation.
Merci à vous. J'avais une main ici. Oui. Monsieur Salami, s'il vous plaît. Ici, derrière vous.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tous. Je suis Raouf Salami de la CEDEAO. Félicitations aux panélistes pour des interventions riches, techniques, profondes, parce que cette affaire d'aller vers la parité n'est pas une mince affaire. Nous avons, depuis des années, entrepris des actions et nous y sommes encore aujourd'hui. Nous parlons de quotas, nous parlons de quotas non respectés. Mon intervention est à 2 niveaux. Le premier niveau est la question de la législation qui n'est pas en harmonie dans tous nos États. Nous encourageons le quota adossé à un système qui est de majorité simple, winner takes all, simple majority. Dans ce contexte, il sera très difficile d'atteindre la parité. Comment est-ce que le groupe de plaidoyer va travailler pour faire en sorte que les États adoptent le système proportionnel, qui est un système qui est less unfair, comme disent les anglophones, qui est favorable à l'arrivée dans l'arène politique des aspirants femmes. Ce que je suis en train de dire, c'est que si nous n'arrivons même pas à respecter le quota...
Vous pourrez résumer rapidement, s'il vous plaît?
Oui, j'y viens. Si nous n'arrivons pas à respecter le quota et que nous restons à un système de majorité simple, comment est-ce que nous allons aller à la parité à 2035? Nous avons entendu Mme Boskin dire que les États membres peuvent avoir un binding law. Nous avons affaire à des États souverains dans lesquels les décisions sont prises et les lois sont passées au niveau national. Last point, we need directives, guidelines for countries to adopt new laws. So this is just my input on how do we do institutional reform or legal reform. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question.
I'm sorry, but moderator, ma'am, that's the much you can take for now because you have something to transit to, please. So we appeal you to just go into your closing thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Je suis vraiment désolée, madame. On va revenir à vous après, d'accord? Mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais, avec votre permission, renouveler mes remerciements aux panélistes pour les idées partagées avec nous. Mais vous l'avez remarqué, nous avons des initiatives au niveau national, mais ces initiatives sont fragmentées. Et les stratégies qu'ils ont proposées, ils ont parlé du networking, ils ont parlé de renforcement des lois, ils ont parlé des réformes. Voilà, je vais m'arrêter sur ça. Je sais que nous avons pris assez de temps. Nous n'avons plus quelques minutes pour retourner à la salle et puis conclure comme il faut. Mais retenez quand même que au terme de nos échanges, un message essentiel se dégage. C'est que l'Afrique de l'Ouest ne manque pas d'initiative ni d'engagement en faveur du leadership politique des femmes, mais le défi principal est que désormais nous devons renforcer la coordination, la complémentarité et l'action collective pour pouvoir transformer ces efforts en une véritable dynamique régionale. Je vous remercie.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup.
Forward for your group photograph. And someone said to commend all of you that you're looking so African in dressing and very... Oh my. Oh my. Thank you. We start with your group photo. Official photographer, are you in? And up next, you will be joined by Madam Vice President and the Minister. Please. Thank you. And the all-in Madam Co-Convener, ma'am, please you join the photo. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, shall we give them a round of applause again? The splendor of Africa. The brain box of Africa. Africans making Africa proud. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please a round of applause as they return to their seats. If you don't clap for them, who will clap for them? Thank you very much. You're quite a gentleman, sir. Thank you. Nigerian men are gentlemen. Please, let's clap for Nigerian men. we are moving into a very important segment of the activity for today. Catherine, please, may I have my program back, my agenda, please? Thank you very much. Could I have my agenda back, please? Thank you. The activity was so amazing. Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister, ma'am, we are now moving into the declaration, the Abuja declaration for this event. Please permit me crave your indulgence to welcome Nigeria's host minister, the immaculate one, the progressive one, the one whose entrance has never left the gender space in Nigeria the same again. Her Excellency, Honorable Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, FSI, Nigeria's Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development. Please, shall we give her a round of applause? Joining her would be the Vice President of the ECOWAS Commission, Her Excellency Madameshan Chenchembidja. Please, a round of applause. Chenchembidja. Chenchembidja. You should be a Nigerian in another life. It sounded like Chachangi, but it's not. Chenchembidja. Please, shall we give her a round of applause? You're welcome, ma'am. Please join me welcome the Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs, Sierra Leone, Honorable Dr. Isata Mahoy. Also joining is the Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Republic of Liberia, Honorable Beme Horace Collier. Where is she? Okay. Also joining is the co-convener of the African Women Leaders Network, Her Excellency Ma Benita Dio. We also have joining this panel Her Excellency Senator Dr. Chantal Fani. Please, shall we clap for her till she makes it to the stage? These are the women on whose intellect, brains, and brawns lies the future of political and economic inclusion on the continent of Africa for African women. Please, shall we clap for them? Your Excellencies, please take your seats. Thank you. Your Excellencies, this segment is the Abuja Declaration and Regional Action Agenda Ministerial Press Briefing. And it gives me great honor to just be the voice weaving the questions. It's a press conference, yes, I know. So, members of the press, are you pushing it closer or what's happening? Okay. Transcorp, please come back. I don't think this table is really necessary. Because it's blocking. So please, let's move them away. Thank you, bring them. Totally take them away, please. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, shall we clap for the hardworking men of Transcorp Hilton? We apologize. You know, women, we love things beautifully with aesthetics and all. Your microphones will all be functional. Members of the press. No, microphone there. Please, all cameras to the point. Somebody with the microphone. Please, the members of the press. Please, you know the questions. Please station there. You know the questions and you know who you're directing your questions to. So, yes, you can go on now.
Please, you have to introduce yourself. Good morning, everyone. And good morning, the Honorable Minister, Women Affairs and Social Development. My name is Diana, and I report for the News Agency of Nigeria, NAN. Nigeria has hosted this forum at a critical moment for Nigerians' women political leadership in West Africa. My question is this: why is it important for Nigeria to convene this dialogue now? And what concrete change would you like this forum to catalyst in Nigeria and across the region? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My fellow panelists, Your Excellencies, the great women of Africa, I would like to use this opportunity to wish you all a happy Pan-African Women's Day 2026. There's a reason why we're, here all today as we mark this day all together as an ECOWAS family. Thank you, Diana, for your question. Yesterday and today, the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has had the honor of welcoming women leaders from across West Africa here in Abuja. Together with representatives of government, the ECOWAS, African Women's Leaders Network, the AOLIN, political parties, fellow parliamentarians, electoral management bodies, civil society, the media, academia, and all development partners. I think as a country, we chose to host because the topic of discourse is a challenge that we're determined to address. Because the issues of equality and parity is no more, that of emotions or about balance. It's about national development, and it's an economic imperative. The theme aligns with our objective, accelerating women's political participation and leadership in West Africa. And this forum particularly is about turning commitments into action. We've been talking for so long. At the heart of the Abuja Action Agenda are commitments to accelerate the ECOWAS 2035 Agenda for Gender Parity, to deliver political commitments through bold national and regional action, to unlock sustainable financing for women's political leadership, to make politics safe for women through zero tolerance for violence against women in politics, to place our young women and women facing multiple forms of exclusion at the center of political leadership, to guarantee women's leadership in democratic and political transition, to strengthen regional solidarity and collective leadership amongst women, and to establish regional accountability for results through stronger data, monitoring, and reporting. These priorities fully align with the priorities of the federal government of Nigeria. Our national agenda is focused on building more inclusive society, strengthening our institutions. As an ongoing effort, our 6 leadership academies across the country in each geopolitical zone are undergoing a major reform. We're expanding economic opportunities, as we're all aware that you cannot separate women's political, social, and economic growth. They're all intertwined. We're improving security and ensuring that government policies deliver measurable results in the lives of our citizens. Last year, Nigeria is one of the few countries that have not only launched, but is implementing their 3rd national NAP on women, peace, and security, putting women at the forefront of conversations around security and peace building. Women's political leadership is essential to each of these objectives. We cannot achieve inclusive development while women remain excluded from the decision that shapes public investments, policy, social protection, peace and security, and the delivery of services to our families and communities. The year 2026 has been declared the Year of Family by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu G7. The Year of Family and Social Development. Thank you. Thank you very much. We've set up all the guidelines. It is our prayer that we lead on the family agenda on the continent. And at the end of this year, we'll be hosting the International Family Summit. And that would take Nigeria to a decade of family, 10 years of investing in the families. So that is the main reason why we wanted to host this particular forum. It's important that we connect to the regional commitments made by the ECOWAS with the practical work required at the national level and to identify where stronger laws, institutions, partnership and investments are still needed. When I walked in, I heard the young girl in the room asking when the Special Reserve State Bill would pass. And one thing I heard her say was that it was a law that was not implementable. That particular proposed bill is undergoing a total overhaul with suggestions around electoral college, which is still in debate. We're still trying to find what instrument is fit for Nigeria so that we can give our system that necessary shock it requires to admit a lot of women while we try to compete on a level playing ground with the men. At the same time, this forum is about building solidarity, collective strength, and we're creating a cross-party and cross-generational sisterhood for women leaders across Africa. This is very critical. A network through which women can share knowledge, open doors for one another, we can mobilize collective influence and ensure that no woman enters political life alone. Advancing women's political leadership is not a separate or isolated gender concern. It's fundamental to strengthen democracy, to improve governance, and ensure that our national and regional development draws upon the leadership and experience and capabilities of all of our people. By hosting this forum, Nigeria is reaffirming its determination to advance women's political leadership at home and to contribute to the progress across the West African region. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Next question.
Okay, thank you very much, my minister. And my question is, I'm from Blueprint, Blessed Bature. My question is to the ECOWAS Commission, the Vice President. The question is, the ECOWAS head of state and government have adopted the presidential declaration on advancing women's political leadership. What concrete step will ECOWAS take to ensure that this landmark commitment translates into measurable results?
Your Excellency.
Thank you very much for your question. Indeed, in Freetown, recently, the heads of states, the authority of heads of states and governments of ECOWAS have signed the declaration to promote women's inclusion, women's participation in leadership, in political life in our sub-region. In order for this not just to be another declaration, another piece of paper signed, it is important that ECOWAS uses its convening power to get all member states together at the same table, and for us to help member states understand the implications of such a declaration. First of all, there has to be an appropriation at the national level when it comes to member states. We, as a regional entity, we cannot enforce such measures, but we can only guide and channel the process in the right direction at the national level, so that the member states, take that upon themselves, and that would be translated into, some laws and legal frameworks that need to be adjusted in order to make room for women to fully participate. And with that done, ECOWAS will also, at the same time, be looking for partnerships. We've got the UNDP, who is partnering with us today, and it's important that we continue reinforcing such partnerships with, with the UNDP and other partners as well, and to help raise funds also to accompany women so that they can fully participate in the political realm in our region. And as my sister, the Honorable Minister from Nigeria said, there are a lot of steps that need to be taken, and we need to do it in a coordinated fashion. So ECOWAS Commission has the duty to establish a roadmap, and we cannot do it alone. We have to do it together with our member states, with all stakeholders, civil society, and all women leaders throughout the region, organizations such as AULIN. So by establishing a roadmap, ECOWAS will also know how to promote the inclusion of women. But it's important that we also set up a system where we are able to measure the successes in member states and establish a peer learning system where we can enable member states to learn from one another and see what the best practices are, so we're not reinventing the wheel at all times, and learn what's being done according to the national context of every country and adapt it on a member state by member state basis. It's important for us at the end of the day to make sure that as a regional institution that we serve our people, our community, especially our community citizens who make up more than 50% of this population. Everyone is interested in soccer games, and you don't go to a soccer game and leave, half of your team sitting on the benches. It's important that we are part of that team, that we have the opportunity to fully participate, and ECOWAS will play that role of co-convening and getting the process along and getting member states on board and making sure that we constantly remind member states of what they need to do for us to achieve the 2035 agenda that we have set for ourselves and our institutions, all ECOWAS institutions also. In implementing our programs, we need to make sure that we allocate budgets, to this cause, that we also steer our programs and projects to help us meet those targets. And I believe we have a lot of work to do, and I'm sure we can get it done together. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Please, a round of applause. The next question, please.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ehi Ankele Ocheme from Repa FM Abuja. My question is directed to Honorable Dr. Isata Mahoy, Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs, Sierra Leone, Transforming Social Norms. Throughout this forum, participants have consistently highlighted that deeply rooted social norms remain one of the greatest barriers to women's political leadership. As ECOWAS advances its regional gender parity agenda, what must we do differently as a region to transform these norms and create an environment where women's political leadership is fully accepted, valued, and supported?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, in Sierra Leone, I will let you know that in Parliament, we have 30% of female representation. And this is as a result of the laws that we have put in place. We have the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act, which came into being in 2022, which allows for women at least the 30% quota. And then we had the Political Parties Regulations Commission. There is also the National Elections Act, which allows for political parties to, at least if you are sending 3 aspirants, at least one of them should be a woman. So we have that law. We also have laws that look at Customary Land Rights Act, because without the economic power for women, women will not be able to bargain and compete. So now women in customary settings have access and should have ownership to land and property outside the Freetown area and in customary settings. So for me, I believe the laws and the implementation and enforcement of the laws is one. It's very critical. But also we need to look at also how we can ensure that the landscape is also fit for women. So we have having these women in parliament is one. But what I did as a minister when I came on board was I decided to set up what we call the network of women ministers and parliamentarians, trying to bring ministers together and parliamentarians devoid of their political party affiliation. So we promote cross-party initiatives. We work together. We decide, even though they have their political agenda, but we are trying to look at how we promote the women or the female agenda. So this is what we're doing. And also we look at what we call, now we're trying to see how we can help political parties, at least within their parties, to review their constitutions, to make the constitutions look gender-friendly. This is critical. So trying to do something new is one of this. How political parties can make their constitutions gender-friendly. You provide the space so women will come up the ladder, not having just the female wing, which we call the women's wing, which are there to cook and sing and dance for women, for political parties. So this is one critical area that we need to focus on. Another one is looking at the intergenerational divide, having the young people, young women, mentor and mentee program. This is what we should enhance in our countries. Ensure education is critical for the girl child. We have done free quality education. It may be challenging, but it is also very critical that every child in Sierra Leone should go to school according to laws. And now what we're trying to do is trying to look at how we promote girls in STEM. So there is also scholarship for girls going into the universities when you're offering STEM courses. And then another thing is looking at also what we can do at sub-regional and regional areas as the new ideas or innovative ideas. We need to look at how we form ourselves into sub-regional groups and strategies. Ensure that we support women in leadership in different countries. You look at Liberia, Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, and Guinea. What is the gap in different countries? How can one country support the other where you have your strength? So you look at the comparative advantage as well. We also want to see how the political parties in different West African states should embed in their constitution the declaration, the ECOWAS declaration that we have, that we should support the declaration. Even if you are a party not in power, you should be able to ensure that you promote the declaration within your political party by ensuring that you have to raise the economic power for women. You have to have the lobbying power. You have to have the advocacy power for women to have economic benefits and economic empowerment, so that when they are economically empowered, they will be able to contest, they will be able to also advocate and compete against their male allies and male counterparts. Another thing is, I think yesterday I spoke about it, to say, when we finish elections today, the next thing we should do is we look at the gaps, those women that are contested but did not win, how we bring them together and support them, and also train new aspirants to become aspirants for the next political elections in the next cycle. For me, these are the key things that I think we should be doing innovatively. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Well enunciated. Thank you. The next question, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Deborah Ocheni. I write for New Telegraph newspapers. My question is directed at the Minister from Republic of Liberia, and it's mainly on removing financial barrier. So, ma'am, one of the major barriers that hinders women from participating fully in politics is high cost of politics. So what are the practical steps that you encourage governments and other political parties to come up with in order to reduce this barrier? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We all know that political parties are the gatekeepers. And so I think electoral reforms is very important that will mandate political parties to give percentage of their revenue to female candidates. A lot of times, the distribution of internal political party financing is restricted to the men alone benefiting, and the women struggle on their own. So I think the electoral reform should consider mandating political parties to ensure that women are captured in their different allocations. Nationally, the government of Liberia, thankfully, through the central bank, has started having conversation around how women can be loaned money for empowerment purpose, because Alwyn right now is holding a conversation with the government, with some member of the legislature on the table to support women. And I think this is very critical. I always say we are ambitious, we have the capacity to lead, but sustainable financing remains a critical gap for us. And we will only be able to advance if we are empowered. And empowerment, just as the question says, is a critical part of women advancing in political leadership. So I would think that part of what we need to ensure is equal distribution of party campaign funding to candidates who are running on their party ticket. It's very critical, and we need now to begin to work with political parties to ensure that, but it has to be a law. People have to be mandated to do things, because anything that you ask us to do outside of legislation becomes a challenge. So that is very critical. Another thing is establishing dedicated support form for female candidates. It's important. How are we going to do it? It's a conversation that we all need to look within country specific and see how we do that. But I think that some of the way we can handle financing for women is to set up different dedicated structures that will support female candidates. A lot of times, just as the Honorable Minister said yesterday, and we all were saying, women get into the process, they spend all their resources. Sometimes husband will walk away, family will split because of that, and they got nothing left to even come again for another try. It's a problem. Something I think we need to look at is the electoral process, that is the National Election Commission, giving consideration to female candidates and reducing the cost, the entry cost. That is very, very critical. So if you are charging $5,000 for a seat, if a female candidate is contesting they should be able to reduce it by half. And that should be mandatory. Also, I think among ourselves, as community of women, our influences, our network will help us. So in addition to what we need, I can connect a sister to a funding source, and she's able to access money to run her campaign. Because campaign is very expensive, knowing that the men are already there and ahead of us. So we need to be able, intentionally, be able to identify what is workable in our own context and apply it for our own benefits. So electoral reform is one, and in the reform, we should be able to mandate political parties, and whatever campaign cash that they have to distribute, women should fairly be having access to those amount of money, and at the same time, we must be able to dedicate a specific amount, percentage amount, to female candidates on the tickets. Otherwise, we are going nowhere, but I know we can do this. Just as in Liberia now, the conversation is going on, central bank now should be loaning to women who are interested in politics because we are credit worthy. Women are credit worthy. And so we need the Ministry of Gender, like in my position, in my capacity, we begin now to talk to the central bank on how can we loan female politicians for them to prepare ahead of campaign. Thank you.
Thank you very much, because finance is a war chest that all female politicians need to have. There is no, it's often said there's no romance without finance, but there's no winning election on the continent of Africa without finance. And so the next question.
Okay. Okay. My name is Ene Oshaba, and I report for the Guardian newspapers. I would like to direct my question to Senator Dr. Chantal Mosakura Fani. Ma'am, I would like to know what the ECOWAS Female Parliamentarians Association is doing to actualize the presidential declaration on women's political participation. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour cette question. Nous avons appris avec beaucoup de joie que les présidents ont signé ce livre pour nous, pour pouvoir nous permettre de parler, de partir à la quête de notre liberté totale. Mais autant j'applaudis que je pense que nous devons aller encore un peu plus loin, parce qu'une signature est celle-là qui nous donne le lead, mais elle devrait être appliquée par tous les États. Mais quand on demande à ce que les États les appliquent, c'est accompagner les ministres du genre, parce que ce n'est pas seulement elles qui vont pouvoir mettre en œuvre cette déclaration-là, ou cette signature qui nous donne l'assentiment de tous les présidents. Il faut que tout le monde soit impliqué, les ministres de la Justice, les ministres de l'économie et des finances. Tous les ministres doivent accompagner les ministres du genre pour pouvoir permettre à ces ministres de mettre en place cette procédure-là afin que nous puissions nous-mêmes avancer aussi bien dans la parité. Aujourd'hui, on parle de 30%, mais combien de pays, à part le Sénégal et certains autres pays, vont à ces 30%-là? Il faut déjà qu'on atteigne ces 30% avant de parler de parité. Beaucoup de pays dont les présidents sont vraiment des e-for-she n'avancent pas forcément sur ce cap de 30%. Le Bénin l'a fait, le Sénégal l'a fait, la Côte d'Ivoire, qui est mon pays, dont notre président est un réel e-for-she, n'a pas encore réussi à imposer ces 30%, puisque quand vous regardez dans le gouvernement, il n'y a pas 30%. Quand vous regardez dans les activités institutionnelles, il y a beaucoup de femmes qui sont à la tête des institutions, de grandes femmes dont nous sommes toutes fiers, mais il n'y a pas réellement ces 30%-là. Alors donc, nous applaudissons, mais nous demandons de simplement ne pas signer, mais de nous accompagner, d'accompagner les ministres du genre avec un pouvoir réel, en permettant à ces ministres-là d'être accompagnés par les ministres de la justice pour légiférer réellement, pour l'imposer dans les administrations. Et moi, je pense que c'est une très bonne chose, mais il faut vraiment les accompagner. Il ne faut pas juste que ça soit une signature de plus pour pouvoir nous dire que nous y allons. Je vais aller un peu plus loin en demandant que le mentorat soit vraiment le point qui puisse accompagner ou avancer avec ces déclarations-là. Parce que le mentorat est quelque chose de très important, parce que ce n'est pas une générosité, mais c'est une responsabilité. Toutes les femmes qui ont un niveau doivent accompagner les autres femmes. Et c'est pourquoi je demande qu'on applaudisse une fois encore la vice-présidente de la CEDEAO, qui s'est vraiment battue pour que ce mentorat-là soit une réalité. Elle s'est battue, non pas pour elle, parce qu'aujourd'hui, elle a atteint le niveau qu'elle veut, elle va aller encore plus loin, mais elle demande à ce que nous soyons présentes pour que les jeunes filles puissent d'abord déjà rêver en nous voyant et se dire « Oui, nous voulons y être, nous voulons être à ce niveau. » Et nous avons le devoir, nous, qui sommes déjà à ce niveau-là, de les porter. Ce n'est pas une générosité, mais c'est une responsabilité pour demain. Parce que si une jeune fille, si nous ne mettons pas ces jeunes dames-là à niveau, nous ne leur donnons pas le rêve, nous ne leur donnons pas l'envie de l'être, ça veut dire que notre combat a été vain. Voilà ce que je voulais dire. Et je pense que j'ai assez parlé et que le temps court. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Your Excellency. Merci beaucoup, Madame. Thank you very much. In fact, your inputs are bon. C'est bon. We have a last question so that Their Excellencies can go to other activities. Last question, please.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. Good morning, everyone. My name is Amma Marcus. I am diplomatic correspondent for ADBN TV. My question goes to Her Excellency Beneta Diop, the co-convener of African Women Leaders Network. So the African Women Leaders Network has spent years connecting national efforts to a shared regional movement for women's political leadership. So as this forum closes today, with the adoption of the Abuja Regional Action Agenda, what lessons will the AWLN's experience will be most critical to ensuring this movement translates into commitment and lasting commitment also that would move continent-wide? Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for these great questions. Important one, being the last, but a lot have been said. Listening to the panel, eminent women leaders from government, from ECOWAS, the region, but also coming from, I'm sure, since yesterday, civil society and others. We cannot achieve that, or a country cannot transform this, what we are talking about, women political leadership, without putting an ecosystem, an entire ecosystem. We cannot work on silo, and that's what I'm hearing. An ecosystem, and some people have talked about laws, and many countries have put laws. Many countries have put principle of parity or gender. So we cannot achieve it without having that system in place. And I think that's what I'm listening from some member states. And that ecosystem should have a strong mechanism, movement of women's organizations as well. build on solidarity, build on shared learning. I hear since this morning how they are connected. This movement are connected at the national level. Ministers of women being connected to political parties, cross-political parties. Let me give you an example, concrete example. When the African Union adopted the parity principle of the AU, because everybody talk about Senegal, my country, but it was not a miracle that Senegal just get that. It came from the African Union. When we were transforming OAU to AU, we adopted a principle of parity within the organs of the AU. As you have seen, AU cannot elect one man without one woman. That's the reality in all organs of the African Union. That's the reality at the AU. So what we did in Senegal, the women's movement said, if AU have adopted that principle, we need to make sure that Senegal implement that parity. It means that if Nigeria have adopted the AU principle or the ECOWAS principle, it means that Nigeria have now to implement it, right? Because it needs to be accountable. Our member states have to be accountable, right? They need to put the ecosystem, because if you go outside to ECOWAS or to the AU and you adopt a policy or a law and you say, I'm going to implement it, they have to be implemented. So if not implemented, what's our role as the African Women Leaders Network or any movement across to make that system accountable? At the end, what we can say is there are many laws, there are many programs. What is missing is accountability. Accountability to who? Accountability to us, to all of us, to the people. If our government are saying we're going to do it, why are they not doing it? And we need to be that watch that is needed. Finance have to be there. It has to be supported. ECOWAS, and I'm really happy with my sister from ECOWAS who is putting us together with a program that can empower the women, because the law is there, the program is there, is now, and I'm hearing our ministers here sitting that are trying at each level to implement, because they know that is necessary to make it happen. So here in Abuja, we are going to adopt this regional action plan. Thank you, my sister. Let me say, when women leaders unite, and I see that unity around the table, across borders, and it's happening in many countries. I think Liberia talk about it, Sierra Leone, and here in Nigeria. We become a powerful force of change. Is that force of change from the top level in Aulin? We have Ellen Johnson, all the female president, even sitting president or former president, down to the women rural areas that are unifying on a strong movement. But what we need to do as well is to look into this next generation. We are here in this region. We have learned a lot of lessons from why we are failing. That's why with UNDP we are launching an academy, which will help to create that ecosystem. Tomorrow we will be in Kigali to put in place that academy. I'm sure that Jide is here with the entire UNDP team. With AUNA, we started to put in place resources, facility fund. And this is the facility fund. We already choose 40 young women that tomorrow in Kigali we start training, But it's not just about training. It's also about accompanying them, mentoring them, pushing them, opening the door for them. And that's what the women of Africa needed, that chain of solidarity, that change of exchange. So we are not counting just more women into leadership. What we need is to build a continental movement. All of us, ministers, civil society, women leaders in AU, in ECOWAS, shaping a more inclusive, peaceful, as we say, the region of ECOWAS need peace. I'm sure that my sister from Mali are here. My sister from Burkina are here. Can you show your hands from this region? Burkina, we need to applaud you. Mali, all of you, we need peace in this region. We need integration in this region. And only women across border can do that. And we have to do it. So again, Madam Vice President, Madam Minister, thank you for hosting us. Nigeria have been always at the forefront on the fighting for women. So we want to congratulate you, thank you, and we will adopt this call for action. But when we go back, let's just where we are sitting look into implementation action. Each one of us should make our government accountable. I thank you.
I would like to crave your indulgence, please, the panel. I have one more question for the Minister of Women Affairs. I'm sorry, I have to just barge into this. I know the MC said there's no more time, but I need to know, please.
Has a flight to catch, please.
Minister, please.
We can't fit it in. We can't, please. And please, let's stay on our time limits, please. Do we have? Okay, she said she will add it to her take home.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I really appreciate this opportunity. So I just wanted to ask one very important question. I know that there has been, still on the Presidential Declaration on Women's Political Participation, I want to really know how the association or your ministry is pushing this agenda forward to ensure that a woman is elected as the vice president. Because, would I say it's a rumor, or we have sources who have argued that with every indication and the situation on the ground that a man might also be elected to this position. And as the Minister of Women Affairs, knowing that this position is open to Nigeria, how will you ensure that our president enable this in Nigeria? Yes.
Vice President, she missed out on that Vice President.
Vice President, yes.
Of what?
Of the ECOWAS.
Don't worry, man. Our minister is capable of answering. The Vice President of ECOWAS. Okay, now that's okay, no problem.
One second, please. Let me jump in to answer the question, and then I'll give the floor to the Honorable Minister. In terms of ECOWAS's replacing me, I would have loved to hand over to a woman. At this point, there's a process taking place, and the process has already started. And so the minister, although I know she would have loved to make sure that it's a woman who's being given the opportunity, the minister unfortunately has no say in this. It's a competitive process that has already started, and then once the candidate that prevails from this process, you will all know who it is. So I will now hand over the mic to the Honorable Minister to answer her questions, please. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, she will come here, and maybe I should remind you also that the UN also needs a woman as Secretary General.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I love this conversation. It means that we're thinking, and it means that we're ready, and it's very important for us to be in that spirit. And I can assure you, when it comes to replacement in ECOWAS, we have a strong sister there, Dante. And I'm sure if she can make sure that her successor is a woman from Nigeria, I'm sure she would. Yes. So we'll throw it back to Dante to see what magic she can do to ensure that is a woman that is emerging from Nigeria that is replacing her. I know that she said that it's far, the process is far on the way, but who knows? Maybe they can be able to do some magic. So once again, in closing, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the ECOWAS, to thank our sisters from the region, to thank the UNDP for choosing, to start this conversation on the presidential declaration here in Nigeria. It's very important, that we're hosting not just the adoption, but the commitment to all of the highlights of the Abuja declaration. In May, just before the primary election, the women in Nigeria came together to speak with one voice, one movement, and one choice, because what we realize is that we have the numbers, but we're not negotiating. Politics is negotiations. It's not entitlement. And that's why I belong to the school of thought that disagrees with 50% of anything. We want to enter as partners, as allies. When we were renting this room for this event, we did not ask the Hilton for 50% discount because of the women's event. When you're flying on an air ticket, you don't say, oh, give me 50% discount because I'm a woman. So we're going for politics. All we want is a level playing ground. As women, if we don't have the money, we'll have people to invest. We'll learn to fund ourselves. That should be the conversation. And that is what informed the one movement, one voice, one choice movement, the 10 million movement in Nigeria, because we know that 10 million votes is what we require in Nigeria to win elections. We'll keep sustaining so that we can strengthen our movement in Nigeria. We can commit to the presidential declaration of the ECOWAS, and I can assure you that the Abuja declaration will be a priority for the Nigerian government. Finally, I would like to encourage us to set the right narrative. In Nigeria, we have challenges. People wonder why I don't speak about the challenges. Because whatever you focus on is what you get. And in recognizing our challenges, we don't undermine how far we've come. In this room, sitting right on the second row, we have a senator, Senator Ipalibo Banigo, who won an election. So it means that we're doing it. The First Lady of this country, Her Excellency Senator Oluwemi Tinubu, CON, won her election 3 times, 4 times. The 4th one, she had to step down to assume her role as the First Lady, but she ran and she won. It means that all we have to do is to find out how we can replicate. If we do not set the right narrative, number one, we will lose the young girls because they will not be interested. If we're sending a story of, hardship, is a struggle, we're going to lose the next generation that we need to prepare for these roles. And if we do not participate, we cannot get the numbers. And if we keep sending the wrong narrative, we come across as weak. For you to negotiate, you have to be at the same level. And I think that is some things that should guide the commitment of this Abuja declaration. I would like to thank you for this participation. I hope you enjoyed your time in Abuja, and I look forward to, us implementing collectively the sisterhood in the West African sub-region. I thank you. Thank you, UNDP. Thank you, ECOWAS. Thank you, Aulin, and thank you to our sisters from the ECOWAS. Thank you so much.
We'll now have the group photograph. Please, Your Excellencies, please step forward for your group photograph. And thereafter, they will be joined by the Jewel of Liberia and the Jewel of Africa, Her Excellency Jo Howard Taylor, former First Lady of Liberia and former Vice President of Liberia. Please, a round of applause. Are we okay? Thank you, Your Excellency. Please, I prefer you take the other side.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Excellencies. We're going to continue the program, and I'm going to ask Her Excellency Chief Dr. Jewel Howard-Taylor to stay with us. Thank you so much to our distinguished minister for sharing such insightful perspective and reaffirming the region's commitment to advancing women's political participation and leadership. Je vais aussi vous dire ça en français. J'ai été interpellée de parler en français aujourd'hui. Merci infiniment à nos ministres et aux excellences pour leur intervention justement sur ce sujet, la participation politique des femmes en Afrique. Maintenant, nous allons passer à une autre étape, and it's my distinguished pleasure and honor to invite Her Excellency Chief Dr. Jewel Howard-Taylor to do some goodwill message for us. Okay. Can we have one conversation, please? I'm going to ask everyone to please take a seat so we can continue. In the meantime, I would like to introduce Her Excellency. She served with distinction as the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, and having previously served also as the First Lady and Senator of Bong County. And she's a steadfast advocate for women's leadership, peace building, and inclusive governance. Through her distinguished career, she has championed the empowerment of women and girls, promoted democratic participation, and inspired a new generation of African women leaders. Please put your hands together for the Jewel of Liberia.
Good afternoon to everyone. Excellencies, our distinguished mothers, representatives from ECOWAS, the AU, UNDP, all in, honorable ministers, parliamentarians, our he for she champions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me this afternoon to be able to add my voice to this important discussion and to congratulate in a very warm way the organizations and the participants of the West African Women's Political Leadership Forum for this event. This event is timely as we gather today, or have over the last 2 days, under the theme, Accelerating Women's Political Participation and Leadership in West Africa. I believe our conversations move beyond commitment towards political reform to making strong decisions and changing the narrative. I'm proud to say that across our region, women continue to demonstrate extraordinary leadership in communities, in business, in civil society, and public service. Yet, despite decades of advocacy, our representation in elected offices where it actually counts continue to be far below what we expect. This is not because women lack competence or commitment. And I hear people say, women should get ready, women should be prepared. I have never heard them ask a man who's running for any elected office if he's prepared or if he's ready. As long as he's male, it doesn't matter. But then we always say the women should be ready, the women should be committed. Women are prepared from the time we are little girls. We are prepared to lead. We are prepared to create. We are prepared to drive the legacy of our families and our children. How then, when it comes to leadership at the national level, they always say, oh, the women are not prepared. Well, that's a conversation for debate. I believe we as women have a fault to play in that when we raise our children to believe that boys have more leverage than girls, and that the girls should be the keeper of the homes while the boys should go out and make friends and play football and learn the games of politics. I pray that one day that will begin to change. Fortunately, as one who has walked this road from being First Lady to Senator to being the first female vice president of my country and one of the very few female standard bearers of political parties in Liberia, I understand both the challenges and the opportunities that women encounter. I also know that anything is possible if you just believe it. Today, our responsibility at the end of this conference is to extend beyond just increasing the numbers of women. We must ensure that we are empowered to influence policy, like our mother, Madam Diop, said, to ensure we keep our government's feet to the fire to do what they have promised and signed to do, that we promote peace and democracy, and that we inspire the next generation of leaders. It may be easy when we meet the young generation to tell them how difficult this road is. It may be easy to tell them it can be done, but it's just too difficult. I remember sitting on a platform a few months ago and I said, as we get involved in these processes, we walk on fire. And I saw the young women cringe. Do they want to walk on fire? No. They want to get involved in a process that they believe can make a difference in their lives. We must tell the good stories. We must tell the successful stories. We must tell them that it is possible. And I can tell you, regardless of how many thorns you step on, the view from the top is the most amazing one that you can ever imagine. But we cannot achieve sustainable peace or inclusive governance or meaningful transformation when half of our population remains behind. That's become an old record in an old story. I encourage this forum to go beyond where we are as we leave this meeting, to produce more women leaders, to produce measurable commitments, stronger partnerships. What boggles my mind is how can we make up 50% of the population and we are not able to elect women into offices that count? Yes, when you get appointed as a minister is important. If you get appointed as a judge is important. But what is most important is the presidency and members of parliament, because that is where the decisions are made. If we will rally together, put our resources, put our strategies together and decide that across Africa we elect 50% minimum women, it will be as easy as casting your ballot. That's where the work must be. How do we encourage each other to join hands and stop looking at what divides us and pull ourselves together to make a greater impact? Permit me to end by saying that the future of Africa's political leadership depends greatly on how we prepare, how we empower, but how we hold hands together and march towards making this happen. Justice Brumskin said it clearly. Liberia made a difference by women standing together and saying, enough is enough, the war must end. And the war actually ended. If women in politics and governance and businesses get together and say, no, we want more women, it will be as easy as a day. Can we do that? Can this be our commitment leaving here today? Remember that when women rule, when women are involved in the processes of governance and development of our nations, nations grow, they develop, and they get better. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and I wish you a successful day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're going to keep running through the program as quick as possible because we are running behind schedule. I'm going to now call on the cultural troupe for a cultural performance. Are they ready and here? If not, we'll break for a quick break. It will be literally, they're not here. Where? They're not. Can we go for the break? 5 minutes, and you will be back in the room in 5 minutes to start with the youth panel. Thank you so much, everyone. It is currently 12:16. I expect everyone back at 12:21, please. Thank you.
But
Every time you see, they go, they wage you.
I'm going to please ask everyone to come back inside. Can everyone please come back inside? We are going to get started with a cultural performance. Are you all ready? If you have a friend that is outside, please ask them to come back in. Please, everyone, come back in. I'm going to now introduce the cultural troupe for their cultural performance. Please go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The kakaki has been blown. Please, a round of applause for them. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies, and a few gentlemen, please shall we have decorum and order because we are stepping into an important panel. Her Excellency, Seta, I know everybody wants to love you. Madam, please, could you just sit down, please? Could you take your seats? Thank you. Come back later. Go sit down, all of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your Excellencies, good afternoon once again, and welcome to one very important topic that we need to have the conversation about. I hope we enjoyed our little break and the dance was very good for us. Please, could we give ourselves a round of applause? Madam VP, I look at you and I'm wondering, could we extend her tenure so that we come back next year? The round of applause does not seem like your no. Please, shall we give Madam VP a round of applause for all she has done for African women? Thank you. We're now going into a very important conversation. And this conversation is about finance. Financing women's political leadership. Oh, are we going back to advancing young women? Thank you. The women of today were young women of yesterday. And I'm sure if they have the lessons they would have had in this room, it would have been easier for them. This session will focus on advancing young women in politics, building regional consensus for inclusive leadership in West Africa. It will explore regional approaches across West Africa, including transitional contexts for strengthening positioning of young women as political actors, and identify practical pathways for enhancing their participation and leadership within political and governance structures. Permit me invite a woman who is vested in not just womanity, I didn't say humanity, womanity, but a woman who is vested in peace and understands security and understands the kinetic and non-kinetic measures, but also understands that young women need to be on the table of leadership. Women peace and security expert from ECOWAS, Tamwakat Elizabeth Gollett, who will be our moderator, to please step forward. Please, shall we give her a round of applause? I'm sure Plateau State is so glad to have borrowed this daughter to the African continent. When I heard Gollett, I remembered that my boss is Kisit Gollett. And so I now meet another gullet. Please, shall we give her a round of applause as she steps forward? You're welcome, ma'am. Do I introduce your panelists or do you call them forward? You can go ahead. I could go ahead. Then take your seat. Please, a round of applause. Permit me invite the Regional Secretariat representative from Rog Elf, Awethu Hope. Hope Awethu to please step forward for this panel. Hope brings so much hope on what can happen when young women dare to dream on the political circuit. Please, let's clap for her. We also have on this panel Arlene Governance and Political Participation Pillar Co-Chair from Malawi, Ms. Edith Banda. I'm going to clap for her because I love it that she shares a surname with Joyce Banda. And could Edith be the next Banda on the block? Who knows? She could do it. Edith, I'm rooting for you and I'm clapping for you. Also on this panel, we have the EU Program Manager for Democracy, Rule of Law, and Gender Governance, Peace and Migration section, Olaoluwa Olaumi. Olaoluwa Olaumi, please. And still on this panel, we have the head of partnership, Acropolis Women, Soraya Koshoni. Please, shall we clap for this future? I love this one. She looks like a poster girl who is going to win election. You're welcome. Madam Moderator, you have 40 minutes to run this panel, and your time starts now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, the young leaders we have in the room. I would like to maintain the protocol already established this morning and get into the session, Advancing Young Women in Politics, Building Regional Consensus for Inclusive Leadership in West Africa. So West Africa has one of the youngest populations we have in the world, yet young women continue to remain significantly underrepresented in political parties, elections, parliaments, transitional institutions, and other governance structures. Their exclusion, actually, we all agreed in the discussions and the conversations that have been going on from yesterday till today, that their exclusion is not due to the lack of their capacity or to the lack of their interest in those systems or those institutions, but just that it reflects persistent structural barriers, which include discriminatory political systems, the high cost of elections, limited access to party networks and campaign financing, social expectations, etc. And then, of course, the increasing technology-facilitated gender-based violence that we're currently grappling with. So therefore, this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, our discussion would move beyond identifying barriers for young women. We've discussed a lot of it already, and it has continued to make the front burner. So just like Madame Benita Diop said earlier on, was it Madame Benita or was it the Honorable
My moderator,
Minister?
you have 2 extra minutes for this badge.
Okay.
Permit me also invite to join your panel the chair of Arlene Ghana, Charity Binka. Charity Binka. Please, a round of applause.
Okay.
So 2 extra minutes added.
Okay. Thank you so much. So we will just go ahead, just like the Honorable Minister for Women Affairs mentioned, to focus on the solutions, the initiatives, the issues we can actually come up with so that they can unlock and unblock all those barriers we continue to face. And of course, if time permits us, we take questions and comments from the audience. So I will start with you, Madam Charity Binka. So West Africa has one of the world's youngest populations, yet young women remain significantly underrepresented in political leadership. With political parties being principal gateways into elected office, yet their candidate selection process, nomination fees, age requirements, and internal networks often disadvantage young women. We've talked so much in the room about the Giwi Act of Sierra Leone. We've talked about the reforms that we've had in Senegal. So with all of this, we've seen all of these reforms happen, and then of course the push on the side of government and the commitment. What other commitments and reforms should governments and political parties introduce that will create clear pipelines for young women, starting from party membership, internal leadership, to nomination, election, and appointment in West Africa? Thank you.
I'm really very honored to be here, to be in front of the distinguished women of Africa, some of whose shoulders we have climbed on today to be who we are. And when I was asked to come and speak to this issue last night, I was telling myself, at my age, should I be talking about the youth? And I said yes, because over the years, I have had opportunity to work in different capacities as a journalist, chasing the CSW. I've been a lecturer in gender and so many other things. But I hear people lamenting a lot, but today I don't think we are here to lament. We are here to find pathways to how we can solve our problems as women. In fact, I see them as challenges, and I see so many women who are here as ministers, as Secretary Generals, AU envoys, and all that. And I say, I salute you. On this special occasion of African Women's Day, 64 years ago when it was started in Tanzania, today we are here, we are still talking about so many of these same issues. This year also marked a milestone of the 70th anniversary of the CSW. And last year we marked 50 years of ECOWAS. And the question is, why are we still talking about the same thing? And particularly the youth. The challenges we have as women, they are so clear, and they are so clear. Since yesterday, we've been hearing about the barriers and all the challenges. And even worse for young women. How many of the young women can boldly say that they have not faced this challenge, they are not facing challenges? One of our ladies, but right now is the president of the Youth Caucus in Ghana. She tried to contest 2 years ago to go into a local government, local assembly. I see some people call it council. Very young. He said anytime she went campaigning, people followed her and they are shouting at her, screaming at her, small girl, what are you doing here? Step aside. So threatening to, some people even threatening to kill her for assembly elections, not to talk about parliamentary seating or competing to go to parliament. So I want to say that West Africa is young, but our parliaments are old. There are so many old people in parliament, and the system does not allow the young people to get in there. As Madam Job said this morning, it's a systemic issue. We need to address it. So if we, the older ones, are even struggling, if they ask us, any of us, some of us here, to raise our hand to indicate that we are going to parliament, we say we won't go, including myself, because of the challenges that we have. So I think that young women, we need to actually completely overhaul the system if really, truly, we want them to get to political leadership. We said, I think from my research, just about 3% of them who are under 35 are in parliament today. That is not representation. That is actually what we call exclusion and not democracy. We need to do something about it. And I think that young women are not absent from leadership because they are not ready. Many of them are ready. Some of them are using technology to do wonderful things. Some of them, because sometimes we lament that our numbers have not increased in decision making. But one thing that we can be proud of is that at least the awareness has been created sufficiently for young people to desire to get into leadership. And I see it all around me, not only in Ghana, but across Africa, where I am connected to various networks. They are ready, but the system is simply not ready. So the question is, until we address at least 4 key things that I have identified, issues about money, because politics is money, leadership is money. I call it politics of the stomach. Everybody, if you don't have money, I've seen women, elderly women, who have gone to parliament the first time. The second time I ask you, are you contesting again? I say, no, I've had enough. Because she had to sell her house, she had to sell her car, she had to sell so many things, and in the end, she's poorer than she started. So she will not go. And the harassment, the insult. So we need to address the issue about money, issue about mandates. Madame Diop also talked about rules, regulations. Other people talked about it. We have so many policies, but where are we implementing them? Many of them are not being implemented. We need to look at that. The acts, and I want to say that one thing I want to put on record is that Awling in Ghana, we have realized that Awling opens the door. It's the key to leadership. 13 years we fought to get an Affirmative Action Act. We were all at the point we were all looking for the act. We don't know, the bill. We didn't know where it was. Then one day, I said, let me write to the president that we want to see him. 2 weeks later, we got an invitation to come. If he had said, my NGO, my personal NGO, which is called Women, Media and Change, if I had written a letter to the president, he wouldn't have minded me. But when I said African Women Leaders Network, 2 weeks, he invited us. We chased our then gender minister for a very long time. We couldn't get her to discuss where the bill is. Then, when we went to the president, the minister was sitting by him. And then the president asked, so where is the bill? He said, oh, we are still working on the policy, gender policy, my friend. What has gender policy got to do with this? Send the thing to parliament. And they sent it today. We have our act. Because so many efforts went into it. But Awling Ghana chapter gave it a final push. That is the key we have. And we need to use it to unlock the doors for young people. Because we also heard this morning about accountability. The laws are there. We are past the Affirmative Action Act. We need to hold our government accountable. That you said you would do this. Are you doing it? If you don't ask, it's business as usual. So we need, our young women are saying, we are ready. But where are you ready for us? And then it comes to the political parties. They lock the door. They don't want to see the young people. So I am saying that, like I heard the eminent women talk this morning, that we need to make it mandatory for political parties to make sure if they are talking about the women, they must be positioned for young people also. That's the only way you can get them to. If in the countries that they are funding political parties, it must be tied to it. In countries that they have to find their money, you say, if you come to me, if you come to register or to file nomination for your, this, we look through. 10% for youth, 20% for women, so and so. If you don't meet the criteria, there is nothing, we say we will not approve. There is nothing you can do. There is nothing you can do about it. Then issues about safety. Just last February, a year ago, the AU, we adopted a convention on ending violence against women and girls. I wonder how many people here in this room, how many of us are aware of the content of this thing? We need to domesticate it, to work for us to the point that when women offer themselves, when young girls offer themselves, the law must protect them so that they can go there and be bold and know that the law is behind them. Anybody who attacks you, you are jailed. And when you are jailed, next time another person beside will not do it. So I think that this is very important. Safety of the young people when they dare to offer themselves for service. Because leadership is service. And I also think that the laws must change. The laws must respond to the current needs of this. I know other people are going to talk. But then let me just go on to the next point. It's also about commitment. Capacity building. We need to build the capacity of young people, how to speak, public speaking, how to organize their thoughts, and how to interpret policies and laws. If they don't know how to do it, you go and stand there and you are saying, and you want me to vote for you, they will say, no, what is she talking about? One of the women in my country competed, and she was, even her own manager said, look at her. When she was standing, pitching her case, standing there, the manager was behind her, telling somebody, look at her. She's talking as if she has cold water in her, ice water in her mouth. She's talking, she won't be home and be taking care of the husband. Because when she saw the crowd, she was talking confidently, and when questions started coming, she started doing the and they said, look at her, she can't even talk. Why can we vote for her? So we need to look at all this. We need to prepare our young people to be bold and to be able to understand the issues, because there's no substitute for being able. You have to understand the issues and you must articulate them. So capacity building is very, very important. And I think that ECOWAS has a huge responsibility now. And I'm very glad that all these wonderful institutions and Aurin are here and they have brought us together. I think we need a protocol. I think if you have a protocol already for young women in political participation, less activity. If you don't have it, I want to suggest that we have one. And then also, we have to have an annual forum of young women leaders where they can come together in the ECOWAS region and learn from one another. It's very important. Above all, there has to be political will. All the countries that we talked about.
Thank you so much,
it was because of political will that they passed these laws, that we have the quotas in Sierra Leone and others. So thank you very much.
Yes, so sorry I had to stop you because of time. We will need to give the opportunity to the other panelists. And then we get back to the floor to get also their contributions. Thank you so much for highlighting how the overall system needs to be overhauled. So I'll quickly go to the next person, Ms. Awetu Hope. For you, we've seen a lot of digital platforms, a lot of Gen Z movements, and youth-led networks trying to create new ways of either mobilizing, fundraising, and influencing public policy. We've seen how this worked out in Nigeria, the Not Too Young to Run initiative, the impact it made in mobilizing for the reduction of age when it comes to contesting in politics. We've also seen how young women during the End SARS campaign were able to mobilize, raise funds, etc. So what can you propose as opportunities, or what do you see as a young lady as opportunities to these channels and platforms that offer young women? So basically, how can institutions support young women to convert this activism into sustainable pathways to party leadership, elected offices, and public appointments?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the question. I would say that across my experience in working with the regional level and the grassroots communities, where we involve ourselves with women, I've seen firsthand of women, young women, actively involved in a lot of change activities, which is involving in advocacy, community development, and much more. So you agree with me that it is not that they are not, it's not that they are not interested in politics or they are not interested in carrying out change. Sometimes these opportunities do not present themselves. I would like to give an example with me as a young woman. I'm a product of Young Women in Politics Forum. Yes, I'm a product of Young Women in Politics Forum. I have been a participant and I've also been a member of it, and it has shaped my life as a young woman in the leadership space. And what we advocate for young women in the community level is to see how we can be able to bridge the gap between between the women at the underprivileged community and the women at the privileged community. You will agree with me that most times when you go for community advocacy, you listen to these young women, they have dreams, they have aspiration, they have goals, but they don't know how to go about it. So how do we involve these young women? And that is why we have the digital space. What we do now is to see how we can be able to train young women at the community level. In FCT, we have over 900 communities, and I can tell you that we have been able to train at least 2 persons in every community to become their digital community reps. And this is because we want them to be involved with what is happening in the society. We don't want women to be left behind, especially young women who feel like they don't have a place or a seat at the table where other young women are making decisions. And that is why I always say, even if it takes you to dance on TikTok to pass your message. Thank you. Don't say that you're not going to, what are they dancing on TikTok for? No. What is important is you posting the message and making sure that these people get the message. And you'll be wondering that there are communities where they have young women in the villages with over 10,000 following on social media. You'll be wondering, how did these people get this following? Because they've been consistent in what they do. So if they can be consistent being on social media, just carrying out their activities, why don't we utilize this platform that they have to cause the change we need to see? So whatever thing we're going to do, whatever decision we're going to be making in this room today, we should remember that we have young women in the community, in one village in Buari Area Council, in one village in Umuahia that is ready to also take up this challenge and push the women narratives. And also, I would like to say that while we host programs like these, we should also engage in live sessions and also community space on the social media space. Because a lot of men may not have the opportunity to be here because of probably the arrangements and all that. But when they are involved, they are seeing what other young women are doing, what other women are doing, our mentors and our mothers are doing. They begin to understand that they have a place as well. So this moment, I would like to say that institutions that are here, they should be able to continue to do the good work they are doing. Because I know it's not an easy task and there are a lot of challenges, communications and all that. They should continue to penetrate into the deep communities. Because that is where the future holds. It is not those who already have or who already know. It is those that don't even know at all. It is those who are anticipating to maximize the potentials they have already. Now you take a look at how...
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That is the kind of energy and audacity that the Gen Z generation brings to the table and to the room all the time. Thank you so much. Of course, because your question was related to it. So I'll go quickly to the third panelist, Ms. Edith Banda. Talking about mentorship, how important mentorship is, but knowing also fully well that young women also need access to political influence, resources, and then the decision-making authority. So having navigated your own leadership journey in Southern Africa, what lessons have you learned about the importance of mentorship, solidarity, and women's political networks? How can established women and senior political leaders move beyond mentoring young women to sponsoring them, sharing political space with them, and supporting their advancement into influential positions? I would restrict your submission to 5 minutes because we're running out of time so that we can meet up with all that we need to do. Thank you, and sorry for having to bring this rule at your own time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I once attended a conference in Nairobi, Kenya, NALAFEM. It was started by former AU Youth Envoy Ayachebe, and one of the speakers talked about challenge us to say we need to think about our own legacy. I'm always introduced as, this is Edith, Her Excellency Joyce Banda's daughter. So, you know, I didn't want to be in that shadow anymore, and I wanted to, showcase my own legacy. And so, one time I went to Brazzaville, Congo, for an Aulin intergenerational retreat, and our patron, Her Excellency President Sirleaf, was there. And I took this opportunity to have a private meeting with her. I wanted to let her know that I had decided that I was going to contest as a member of parliament in Malawi. And she was very excited. She, very encouraging, and that gave me the confidence to, go out there and contest. But, I also didn't, somebody would say, oh, you had access because of your mother. My mother wasn't even there at that time. So most of you know Vivian Onano, her and I were like plotting. So we had several names, and President Sirleaf was there, and the next one was Madame Diop. And I also went to her. I expressed to her that I was interested in running, and she became one of my biggest champions. She encouraged me, she was excited, and she even said, don't just stop at MP, and she's talking about presidency and this and that, and at first I was like, oh, baby steps first, but she was like, no. So every time I meet you, she's always saying some positive things, some encouragement words, and I take that very dearly. And I literally became excited. At first I was, a little bit timid, but I started becoming excited, and and I have to thank you for that. I also went to Madame Obi Ezekwesili, yeah, is that how we say it? And she was also just as encouraging. And then after that, then I decided to go to Mother Dearest. I went to my mother, and I told her that I was interested in contesting. And she looked at me and said, do you have $500,000 for your campaign? And I was like, not yet. But I needed to also show confidence. But she wasn't saying that to discourage me. But, it also opened my eyes to say, wait a minute, I need to prepare. So what I started doing on my own, maybe 3 years before the elections, every month I decided I was going to buy, whether it was T-shirts, party materials, and anything that had to do with campaigning. I started doing that, and I started keeping it. That way, next time I went to her, she knew I was serious, And so, it's so expensive, I know that. But each step, every small little step, it helps. So I would like to say to every young person that's in here that don't just look at, when she said $500,000, I was like, no, I don't have that. But that didn't stop me. Like I said, I went, I had other women that encouraged me without even thinking about where the finances are going to come from. What I started doing, I also reached out to family members. I reached out to my friends in the diaspora. It wasn't even just financial support. It was also them just saying, oh, where are you buying your materials from? And they would just send money there. And eventually I had so much material. By the time I was campaigning, I had so much, I don't even think I would have done it without the support of others. You grow up as a child and your parents tell you, you better not ask money from so-and-so, right? So asking was very difficult for me. But when you start to campaign, you have to ask. You have to ask, and it becomes a whole network. So the first thing you want to do is invest in yourself before asking others to invest in you. And no contribution is too small when it moves you closer to your purpose. The second is leadership begins with personal sacrifice. It requires preparation long before anyone applauds you, your efforts. And then the third one is relationship matters. Your network is your net worth, right? I think every country I go to, I know someone. I built relationships, whether I'm going to be speaking to some president or minister, even the drivers, even the guards sometimes. I talk to anyone. Sometimes I have their phone numbers because you never know who's going to take you to the next step or you need to meet someone else. And finally, the mentorship. It changes lives. I've expressed how it changed me and how I felt very encouraged, the confidence that it built in me. It's through the networks. And African Leaders Network has become more than an organization to me. It's like a family. I've gone to intergenerational retreats. I've found mentors, I've found sisters, I've found lifelong friendships, reminding me that this leadership is not just a solo journey. I also met, I'm not sure where I met Stephanie Busari, the former CNN anchor. She called me right after the elections and she wanted to find out, how I did. And I told her I didn't make it. And then the first thing she said was, "I'm so proud of you. This is only the beginning." Now, she was like, "Now, I'm sending you an invite. I want you to be on the panel at Elevate Africa in Botswana. So we're starting now. Your journey is starting now." So I was like, oh. She was like, no, this is very good. Because I also had some friends who, are in the private sector that would say, "You want to go into politics, why?" Some people would say, "Is it a monarchy?" Or you just want to be like your mom. It's somehow acceptable when you have a lawyer in the house and the child becomes a lawyer, nobody says anything about it. They'll say, "Oh yeah, you want to be like your dad." But if it's politics and you say you want to do politics, everybody's like, "You want to keep eating our money?" And you're like, okay, where is it coming from? Yeah. Right, so, so those could have, set me back, but I just kept looking ahead. And so for me, that really, even coming here, so many people that I've met, some I've met for the first time and now are friends. The moment I said I did contest, there's my auntie there somewhere, she said, "Don't stop, do it again." Yeah. This is not the last time, go ahead, so, you hear people saying that. So I would like to say the mentors that I've met, like I said, from all walks of life, have encouraged me to be where I am today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Edith Banda. Just like Madam, the first speaker, Madam Binka, highlighted at the beginning, that the space is oversaturated and then there is need for the older ones to give space to the younger ones, so that, because for me, mentorship also means giving up your position for a younger person coming up. So then we need to have intentional mentors in the space. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences and your learnings with all of us. So over to you, our last panelist, Ms. Soraya. So in terms of the high cost of nomination, campaigning, which has been coming up over and over in almost every conversation, political networking remains one of the greatest barriers facing young women. We understand that no single institution can address the exclusion of young women from politics, right? So what partnerships and financing mechanisms can governments, political parties, the private sector, development partners, regional bodies established to provide some kind of transparent and sustainable support to young women candidates in the region? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. So I think we all know that politics is expensive and campaigning is really expensive. And I think what needs to happen now is that women need to financially invest in other women. I think for most of us, the biggest barrier isn't our ambition, it's money. And I think, imagine a situation where women's organizations, NGOs, professional associations, networks, we start raising and pooling funds together to specifically invest in politically ambitious young women. So, for example, in Nigeria, you have a 4-year cycle. We have an election, coming up. Between now and the next one, why don't we come together? And of course, these forums, these conversations are important, but people are when you invest somewhere, you are invested in the outcome. So in these times, we can come together, pull these funds, and so the next time the election season comes around, a candidate says, okay, I know where to apply for funding. I know where to apply for technical support. I know where to get that from. And there is power in numbers. Every single woman here has the resources to invest in another woman. So why don't we just start, And I think from my experience, I just worked on a political campaign, and I know that so much more of our financial backing came from other men. So despite the fact that, so many women have the capacity to support others. And then I think also at large, there needs to be an ideological shift in how we think about leadership. And leadership and positions of power can no longer be seen as inherently masculine because, again, it's another barrier to entry for us. I think, if we change and we rethink how we socialize young men and boys, we can see a lot of change there. For example, like in our schools, in our homes, in media, if we can normalize seeing young, women in positions of power, then we're more invested, we see it as a reality. It's not a waste of money. It's not something that is, ridiculous. It's, okay, this can happen. And I really think it starts at the inception. I do think, though, it's part of a larger conversation about really decolonizing our societies and our educational systems and understanding that, historically, African women have had such a big role in leadership and in economic roles. So I think it's really just a part of a broader conversation about that. But yeah, I think that's how.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll just quickly open up the floor and then take questions from give the opportunity to at least 2 people who might have questions for them or who want to make more contributions. So I've seen one hand there and then number 2. So yes, 2 of you. Thank you so much. Quickly.
Okay, my name is Halima Sashi Jingi. I'm a member of Network of Women with Disability and the Executive Director of Women with Disability Home of Hope Initiative. My question is that what is the intentionality of ECOWAS towards ensuring an inclusive space for women with disabilities and young women with disabilities in politics? Because oftentimes when we talk about inclusion, there's a particular set of people that are left out, and these are women with disabilities who are suffering from discrimination, stereotypes, different sort of barriers, and it limits their dreams in adding value into their community. So with this, please, I would like to know, and we would like to know, because we also want to contribute our own quota to the development of our nations.
want to respond? Okay, will any of you be able to respond to that question? Okay. Awaitu?
First of all, I would say you are not left out because you are here this afternoon. And as the executive director of your organization, it's your duty to also make sure young women in your focus are also, get this information and then they utilize this information. The space is here, we are all here, but we can't bring everybody to this place, and that is why you are here. And at the regional level, what we do is to see how we can also have an inclusive system at Rajaf. And then when we have programs like this as well, we involve everybody. And this is not to carry a message of discrimination, but for us to continue to spread the message of unity and the message of hope. We are not here because we are better than any other person. We are here because there is something in you, there's something in me, there's something in every one of us that we can take back to our community and make use of this opportunity we've had today. So I would like to say that as a young woman who is experiencing maybe a little disability, you do not allow that to stop you from dreaming, from achieving your goal. We have someone, Honorable Lois. She was here yesterday. She had never allowed anything to stop her from even contesting an election. So if it didn't stop her, it can't stop you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Awetu. Of course, to add my voice to hers, of course, ROAJELF is one of the platforms that was established by the ECOWAS Commission to provide such a platform for young women, not minding whether you're able or you're a person living with disability. So I still have 3 minutes, right? Based on my timing. Okay, because I have selected 2 people to ask their question. Unfortunately, the lady who asked was not one of those I chose because this is blocking me from seeing her. So the 2 people, if you can quickly just make your submission, quickly.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je suis Adèle Zoumouré, je viens du Burkina Faso. Ma question part d'un constat. Pour être politiquement engagées et politiquement efficaces, les jeunes femmes doivent apprendre à concilier 3 rôles essentiels que la société attend d'elles. C'est le rôle social, c'est le rôle professionnel et ensuite politique. Et nous savons qu'il n'y a pas de politique hors sol. Nous vivons en société et nous devons faire avec les valeurs de nos sociétés. Et chaque femme aspire à avoir un rôle familial, social, et avant d'arriver à la politique. Maintenant, ma question, c'est de savoir, en tant qu'entité, qu'est-ce que vous pouvez faire pour apprendre aux femmes, aux jeunes femmes surtout, à concilier ces 3 rôles? Parce que s'il y a un rôle qu'on doit laisser, c'est la politique. Parce que déjà, on veut aller socialement, on veut être socialement posé, professionnellement, toute la communauté te soutient, mais politiquement, c'est avant tout un engagement personnel. Et souvent, on n'a pas le soutien pour ça. Et le véritable travail, c'est de faire pour qu'on puisse concilier tous ces 3 rôles. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire pour y arriver? Merci.
Thank you so much. So I'll just take the second question, then allow the panelists to respond. So let's just take the second question. Please just go straight to the point to your question and leave out the other contextual issues. Thank you so much. Over to you. Yes, please. Can we get her the microphone?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Precious Ejim Musa. Mine is not a question, but an incident happened earlier on here, which got me thinking that if the other women here are not kind to the younger women, how will the younger women be able to be part of the politics? I urge the other women here, even outside, anybody hearing me outside, I urge you people should be more kinder to us so that the politics environment will be conducive for us. Because what happened earlier here got me thinking, if at here we are not kinder, what about in the higher level? So I wish the kinder woman to show us more love so that we can participate more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll just quickly give the floor to Soraya to just respond to the question asked quickly, and then we close the panel.
All right, thank you so much for that question. Je vais répondre en anglais, d'accord? So I think it's really about investing in community. Women really can't do all. You have to rely on your community and the people, right? I think, unfortunately, men don't have to say, I want to be a mother, I want to be a father, I want to be a business, I want to be a politician. No. And you have to understand that if you want to play the game, you're going to have to make sacrifices. But how you can make those sacrifices is by investing in your community, investing in the people around you, and building strong communities so that, you know what, there are people that can help. Yeah, you literally just need to have strong support systems and understanding that the outcome is the most important thing. And if you want to create positive change in your community, there are a couple of things that are going to have to take a back seat. But our countries, our region should come first, because this is how we're going to see generational, genuine change. So you just have to play a man's game.
So thank you so much. Unfortunately, our time is up, and we do not have any much more time. So I just want to thank our panelists for the time today, and then to, of course, urge each and every one of us that it is now our task to move from our individual successes to make it a regional system that can be consistently sustained for the good of all of us, most especially for the good of the young women in our region. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please rise for a group picture. Can we continue to applaud them? They've been fantastic. The message, the energy, these are the future of women in political leadership in Africa. Please get closer for a group picture. Because we're running out of time, I'm going to go straight into the next panel, which is financing women's political leadership and unlocking resources for inclusive and competitive campaigns in West Africa. As already mentioned, I'm in finance. I am the co-chair of the African Women Leaders Network Private Sector Coalition. So this is a topic that is very close to my heart. And I'm going to call Catherine Brooks, who is a diplomat and in charge of partnership for UNDP. She is the moderator of this great panel. Please come to the stage. They are going to be examining practical pathways to mobilize, manage, and sustain campaign financing while addressing the broader policy and institutional reforms needed to level the playing field, explore innovative and alternative financing models for women candidates, and strengthen linkage between women leaders, the private sector, and donors. Please allow me to call all of the speakers. Honorable Anta Babacar Ngom, Diak, please, Member of Parliament of Senegal, and also Aoline member. Next on stage is Honorable Adja Mariama Diallo, Aoline Guinea representative, and former Minister of State for Public Service, Labor and Reform. Next is Chief Barrister Ebere Ifandu, President Women in Politics Forum. And last but not least, Honorable Chief Olasumbo Florence Oyeyemi, candidate for the House of Representatives, Nigeria. Please put your hands together for these amazing women. You have 40 minutes, including all questions, even questions from the public, Catherine. So that gives you until 2:20. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hafu. So my instructions are very clear, I think. I think my main role in this panel is to be a robust timekeeper. So I apologize to all panelists in advance. But I think it's a huge privilege for me to moderate this panel, not least because financing has come up really as one of the key issues that need to be addressed through these conversations. So hopefully this panel will be an opportunity to really unpack innovative and realistic mechanisms where we could try and address some of these financial barriers to women's access to political participation. So, my first question then is to Anta Babaka. As a Member of Parliament and former presidential candidate, you are uniquely placed to advise on what reforms are needed to create a more enabling and transparent environment for financing women candidates while safeguarding the integrity of electoral processes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to be here today. I'm going to start with a saying from a politician named Mark Hanna. He said, there are two things that are the most important in politics. The first thing is money, and the second thing, I can't even recall, I don't remember it. Let me tell you from experience what exactly he means. In 2024, I ran for presidential candidate in my country, Senegal. And in that same year, I also ran for member of parliament. That one I won. The first one I didn't win. For now. So today we're going to talk about money. And I want to present to you my bill, if that's okay. Let's talk money. So collecting sponsorship in Senegal to be able to be candidate. Write these numbers down, $300,000 approximately. Presidential campaign, please write this one down, $2.3 million. Legislative election, that same year, $500,000. I'm a political party leader, meaning I started as a movement, turned it into a political party, because I'm part of those that believe that we need to be women political party leaders. But having a political party comes also with its cost. So I added up in 1 year what it takes to actually feed and keep that political party, right down $400,000 per year without elections. Ladies and gentlemen, $4 million in 2 years is my bill. Because we are not going to do it smaller than the men. If we do it, we're going to do it as big and as good as they're doing it. I could pay it at that time and survive with dignity and integrity until now, because I'm coming from the private sector. But most women can't. And that's why we are gathered here today. I probably will not be able to for the next campaign, like somebody was saying. You can do it one time, but for how long can you hold on to that? So the glass ceiling for women in politics is money. So what reforms really? Madam Binta Job said it earlier. Let's build that ecosystem. Let's build that ecosystem, because before saying or asking where we're going to find the money, let's start by making politics cost less money. How about instead of spending $4 million, what should we have done to make sure that it at least costs us $2 million maximum? So to go straight, I think a convinced volunteer campaigns for generations. When you have volunteers who believe in you and believe in your agenda, they will campaign for you for generations. A paid militant will cost you the election. So let's cut that cost down on giving money to actually people. They will not protect the votes, because the most expensive thing during the campaign is that election day. I didn't know that until that day of election day. Who will protect the votes in those bureaux de vote? How about women will go protect those votes for the women candidates first? And doing it for free. Volunteer to protect women's votes. Second, idea, and this one is coming from Madam Binta Diop, and I think it's actually a genius idea, an official West African Women TV channel with a digital platform. I think it will cut a lot on communication costs and visibility costs, because where do we spend so much money on? Making sure that we are seen, making sure that we are heard. So how about West Africa, we unite together and have a TV channel to just portray and show and emphasize all those women candidates and sell us on the platforms like that lady, the young lady, what she was talking about, the digital. Come work for us, and then we support you later on to become the next presidents. Let's work with these young people who actually have the control on digital. Lastly, get training, and this academy that's being launched tomorrow for us is a blessing. An academy to actually train women in politics being launched thanks to Aulin, UNPD, tomorrow, next week in Rwanda is an initiative that will help us save money. Be part of these networks. Be part of sisterhoods. I'm a very proud member of Aulin. I'm a very proud member of Amuje, because you build a network and you meet sisters, you meet people that introduce you to people that introduce you to people. But they introduce you to the right people. Because the key question here is integrity. What kind of money will you get? So meeting the right people that will give you that support without you losing your dignity. You know what I'm talking about? So, because they will give you what? Not cash most of the time, but they can give you fuel, they can give water, vehicles, equipments, sound system, etc., etc. Then after you reduce all these costs, you come to realize that you still need a lot of money. Then I think about Ellen Sirleaf Johnson, who said, if your dreams don't scare you, it's because they're not big enough. And I'm like, Madam President, I am frightened by now. The dreams do scare us, but at this part, the money part, you're actually frightened. What next do I have to do to be able to actually finance my campaign? Are we willing to do everything that men are willing to do to get it done? That's the key question. It's a personal question. It's an integrity question. The solution that I want to advocate here, and we've been talking about it in the corridors, and Madam Binta Diop is the one who's been talking about it also a lot. It's about time that we put together an African Women Fund to finance women in politics. Let's talk money. Let's build this fund. Let's put it together. Madam Binta Diop, let's not leave Abuja without putting something in place, because we've been talking about it for years. How about our own bank? How about African women money? Let's take men's money too. Put it in that fund to actually support women in politics after we cut on cost. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Anta. You've started us off high with a very ambitious proposal, but excellent also to hear about your own personal experiences, the challenges, but also how you have overcome them and will continue to overcome them. I'd like to now turn to Haja Mariama. Aulin has demonstrated the power of women's networks in advancing political leadership. Looking ahead, how can regional networks move beyond mentorship to mobilize sustainable political financing and strategic partnerships that enable more women to compete and succeed in elections? And you have 3 minutes, please.
No, this one. Bonsoir, en vos rangs, grades et qualités. Je ne sais pas qu'est-ce que je vais pouvoir dire maintenant après le speech de ma fille, plutôt. J'ai dû buffer beaucoup de points. Alors, moi, je viens de la Guinée et actuellement, avec le mentorat et tout ce qui s'ensuit, nous avons eu 41% de femmes à la députation. C'est une première. Le constat reste amer. L'écart entre la loi et la réalité est là. Et nous sommes plus de 51%. Et comme elle l'a dit tout à l'heure, nous devons être capables de mobiliser nos fonds. En Guinée, peut-être dans d'autres pays, le coût de la candidature est décourageant. Les femmes n'ont pas cet argent et n'ont pas de soutien financier, ce qui fait que les dépenses liées aux campagnes sont énormes. Maintenant, par rapport aux organisations, je vais essayer d'aller et ne pas revenir sur ce qui a été dit. Il y a la diaspora et les partenariats internationaux. On peut mobiliser les partenaires techniques. On a toujours parlé d'activités génératrices de revenus. Maintenant, il faut aller à la conquête de l'espace politique en grand nombre pour changer la donne. Il s'agit pour nous de mieux impliquer, solliciter la diaspora guinéenne et africaine. Il y a des exemples qui sont là. Et avec l'aide, par exemple, d'organisations comme Aouline, comme le réseau des femmes ministres et parlementaires, il faut mettre en place des mécanismes permettant à la diaspora de soutenir financièrement les initiatives de leadership féminin en matière politique. Il faut peut-être essayer d'aller multiplier les petits dons citoyens plutôt que d'attendre tout le temps les grands bailleurs. Dupliquer aussi certaines pratiques, par exemple du Rwanda ou du Sénégal, en respectant les réalités nationales. Mieux utiliser le levier CEDEAO et Union africaine. Ces leviers sont sous-exploités et les instruments régionaux peuvent être davantage mobilisés, repensés pour soutenir le leadership féminin. Il y a aussi le fait de pouvoir développer les mécanismes de financement souples. Quelqu'un a parlé de la Banque centrale, du financement des femmes en politique. Vous comprendrez, je suis une ancienne banquière, donc je reviens toujours à mes origines. Il y a un autre facteur financier que nous négligeons, en dehors des microcrédits, c'est les tontines. On peut utiliser cette épargne communautaire au lieu de faire des mariages, des baptêmes, ce qui est assez important. Ces fonds peuvent être utilisés comme un levier, un fonds de garantie pour permettre aux banques et aux autres structures de prêter à des femmes politiques qui ont de l'ambition. On peut aussi, comme elle vient de le dire, créer un fonds régional d'amorçage parce que l'argent utile est l'argent disponible. Ensuite, lier le financement public à la parité réelle et non à la candidature juste symbolique. On peut, au niveau régional, demander des bourses régionales supportant les femmes, les jeunes femmes en leadership politique, mettre un observatoire aussi par pays, un observatoire de financement politique genré qui peut impulser les femmes. Au niveau national, il faut peut-être avec les lois et autres, avec les nouvelles assemblées qui se mettent en place, où par exemple nous on va forcer Aouline et le REFAM, forcer mais impulser pour améliorer le cadre légal et institutionnel. Ça ne suffira pas parce que les textes sont là, mais c'est dans l'application. Elle l'a dit tout à l'heure, mettre en place un fonds public dédié au financement des candidatures féminines. Mettre en place aussi, ce qui est très important, un fonds de soutien post-électoral pour accompagner les candidates. Une jeune dame l'a dit tout à l'heure, tu te présentes une fois, si tu ne passes plus, tu n'as plus d'argent pour reprendre les élections, il faut te chercher et c'est une perte. Donc un fonds de soutien post-électoral serait un accompagnement pour consolider le leadership féminin. Il faut privilégier aussi au niveau national, se battre pour avoir des financements publics des campagnes électorales, prévoir une allocation publique équitable, s'assurer aussi que l'argent arrive bien à la candidate à temps et dans une circonscription compétitive. Financer des coûts invisibles qui écarte les femmes de la compétition, par exemple, comment elle peut financer sa campagne, qui va garder les enfants, qui va gérer son foyer, comment elle va faire son travail, etc., etc. Et aussi, et ça je m'adresse à Madame Binta Diop particulièrement, c'est créer des programmes d'incubation continuant le mentorat et un financement, un accompagnement stratégique des aînés que nous sommes par rapport à la jeune génération. Mais quelqu'un l'a dit ce matin, il faut la reddition des comptes, il faut un suivi, il faut une évaluation régulière. Et on pourrait aussi travailler sur les mesures fiscales incitatives avec des systèmes de mécanismes de récompense et de sanctions pour permettre aux gens, aux femmes leaders, de bénéficier de cet appui. C'est-à-dire les partis politiques où il y a un quota respecté de femmes, où les femmes ont la possibilité de s'en sortir, soient appuyées. Je pense que avec ça, on peut briser le plafond de verre et promouvoir le maximum de femmes en politique. Je vais conclure en disant, j'ai été syndicaliste, j'ai lutté pendant de très longues années pour l'accès aux postes de responsabilité des femmes. C'était une manière de faire une politique, mais ce n'était pas suffisant. Aujourd'hui, nous avons besoin des femmes en politique pour changer la donne, changer la face du monde. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Haja. And you highlighted really both the structural elements and the community. Désolé. I was saying that you highlighted both the structural financial barriers and structural options, as well as those that are community-based, how women can also use their communities to mobilize finance. And that leads me on very well, actually, to the question to Chief Barrister Ebere Efendu. From your experience supporting women candidates, what do you see as the single biggest financing barrier facing women today? And what collective action should governments, political parties, civil society, and development partners take to remove it?
Yeah, thank you very much. Like you said, we have been supporting women candidates. It's on. Yes. Yeah, we have been supporting women candidates from across all the political parties. I'll tell you that the major funding problem is getting the funds late. You know, you will expect that candidates will get money at a time they are going through primaries, because you see, you need to spend money to get, nominated by your party, starting from the expression of interest and then the nomination forms itself. So most times, capable women will not have funds at that time. And also, again, organizations also do not have funds to also support women contesting elections. And then you look at political parties, they will tell you that they've given women an opportunity. So when you bring a woman out to contest election and you are not backing it with, up with funds, how do you want that woman to take the next step? In countries where there's quota system, unfortunately for us in Nigeria, we don't have quota system. Countries where there's quota system, there's just that quota. What we want to see where, quota and funding can go together. You provide quota for women to contest, you also back it up with funds. Political parties can do this. Parties just give tickets to women and they don't support their campaigns. Women also do not also have the capacity, to do a lot of fundraising. And for us as an organization, the Women in Politics Forum, we have discovered this as a huge concern. And so before the 2023 elections, we started our first campaign school. And we were able to take just 24 women through the campaign school, teaching them how to source for funds and other areas of campaign. We got lucky, just 9 women, were elected, and 6 of the 9 women were actually first-time, contestants. And so that encouraged us to see what we can do to, support more women. One of our young girls, you saw her just at the other panel, talking about what she benefited from the organization. We also realized that when you mentor young people and then attach them to already established politicians, that's women politicians, like an internship to go through that. So they learn also from the beginning. I like what the other woman said, the lady from Malawi, that she started early to buy campaign materials 3 years to her election. That's another way women can do this. But as a government, I know that government can set up like a trust fund for women to access funds when they are campaigning. It's important that even CSOs also do that. I think in Nigeria, sometime I think that was during President Goodluck Jonathan, they created the Nigerian Women Trust Fund. The essence was for, the trust fund to support women with funds, and there was a seed money from Ajia Amina Mohammed at that time. And so, but that did not, it wasn't sustainable because we were not contributing to the funds. So women, I think, should at this point begin to think of how can we support other women? How do we start putting our small monies together so that by the time is the election cycle, we'll have some money. We were able to set up a kind of eligibility criteria for women that can access funds. So we'll go back to that and then ensure that there won't be, a kind of dominance by a political party. This is very important because most times the political party that is in power will do things to support their women, and that's not also helping other women. So if we have a trust fund that is not party-based, that any woman can access if you qualify using the eligibility criteria, that will help women to access funds. I know that for civil society, we have all worked hard to ensure that we work on violence against women. People will say, what's the relationship between violence against women and funding? You see, online now is where people can access support, can access funding, a kind of crowdfunding. But when a woman is contesting an election and she gets to, the online platform, she's being intimidated and she's running away from that space. If you run away from that space, where else will you go to show, yourself or be able to, gather support from people? So for me, I think these are areas that we should, all be looking at. The bottlenecks that women are facing. And then finally, for me, I think we need laws. We need laws, even though we know that even when there are laws that, most times they are not enforceable or, but the problem is where we don't have laws, because that's our situation now in Nigeria. Other countries have laws that they can even, challenge, but we don't have laws here. We are still struggling to get special seats. But if we have laws like in the campaign or the electoral are telling us that a certain amount should not, no party or candidate should exceed a certain amount, and then people will now begin to look at how to regulate it, how to follow campaign funds and the rest. But unfortunately for us, even in Nigeria, the electoral act that was just amended, instead of helping to bring down the cost of campaigns, they have also escalated it. And so you see, Nigerian women, we are in a very tight situation. How do we raise funds? How do we get support from other women? And I know that it's also important for me at this point to say, how do we really get women from the public sector? Women, that have made it from the public sector to begin to look inwards to say, look, we can support, women contesting elections. I was part of Wemby's conference, and I spoke, clearly on that. What they fail to understand is when we don't have our women, critical, number of women in parliament, laws that will be made there will affect their businesses. So, but if you fund women and you have the critical mass, of women in parliament, they will be there to protect your interests. And so these things are things that, I think they work together. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief Offender. You raised some excellent points, not least upon the question of sustainability. We began this panel with a discussion of the possible creation of a fund, but you remind us we need to ensure that that is sustainable. And also the point about the links with the digital space, and actually we have subsequent conversations coming on that. So interesting to see how we could link maybe action points on the digital space with action points on financing. We'll now come to Honourable Chief Olasumbo. My question for you is, given your personal experience navigating the political landscape, what innovative financing mechanisms or partnerships, such as crowdfunding, public-private initiatives, or dedicated campaign financing schemes, would most effectively level the playing field for women? And how can these approaches address cultural and systemic challenges specific to the region?
Hello. Okay, thank you very much. So thank you for the question. I think in that question, we can see the answers there when you talk about crowdfunding, when you talk about public-private partnership in funding elections for women. As we're all seated here, one thing that has come to play and one thing that is most evident is the fact that we do not lack women with capacity, we do not lack women with competence. What we lack currently is the money. What we lack is a sustainable financing model and influential network in actually funding an election. And in the process of funding an election, most times we tend to assume that it is just about the campaign. Honorable Hanta Babaka, I think she mentioned it, and it's important we allow this to tick in as in-depth as necessary, as it will give us a direction on what sort of financing models do women need to actually finance election. And the financing model are in four formats, or let me leave it at three. One is the pre-election funding. Pre-election funding whereby you need to get your form, you need to get into primaries, and you need to get successful from the primary process. The second one is the campaign. The campaigning whereby you will need the campaign materials, funding for movement, for mobilization, for advocacy. Then the third one will be the actual election day spending, while the fourth one will be the post-election. So as we're discussing different innovative financing models, we should be a bit more specific as to what we actually need at the different particular time within the election trail. For the pre-election, the innovative financing, my belief is if we have women with capacity and you're going for a leadership role or you're going for a role in politics, the primary source of fund that you would need will be from your own personal fund or family and friends. Because at that time, not everybody will be willing to expend their social capital or their financial capital on you because they're not sure. But what platform like this provide is an opportunity for us to know that we have a sister community here, we have friends here, we have families here that will push us ahead in actually financing our pre-election process. Moving from there will be the actual campaign. For the campaign, one major innovative financing model that I would recommend will be an intervention-based financing activity. For example, you're contesting. You already won your ticket, you're out on the field campaigning. You're campaigning, yes, you need the t-shirts, you need the caps, but there are other specific intervention provisions that can be made available to the constituency, to the local government, to the community where you intend to represent that will be facilitated by you and will be implemented in your name. We have UNDP here, we have different development organizations here who from time to time provide funding for specific intervention, such as provision of social services, provision of social infrastructure, provision of even something as small as medical outreach. If we're able to look inward to find source of funding that is targeted at this intervention, at the end of the day, we need the numbers to be sure of the outcomes. But that activity can be directed to the person who is aspiring, and in a way, it can be accorded to her. And that person is able to record that as some major achievement in her name, and in that her name, she's able to gather votes because people already know her. For the election day funding is more of a party-centered funding. If you are in a party, if you belong to a party and you're already known within the party, there's a bit of support that you will also get from the party that will ensure that you have enough funding in running your election day spendings. In addition to that, when we talk about the public-private partnership, we currently have quite a number of women, using Nigeria as an example, we have quite a number of women who are in leadership positions across different sectors of the government, even outside the government. And when we look at these are people that we can reach out to for private funding into advancing the cause of women in politics and women seeking leadership position in politics. We now move into the post-election funding. For the post-election, I think for the number of women that we currently have in the parliament or the number of appointed women that we currently have, there is an opportunity that we are meant to leverage on that platform that we're not exploring at the moment. When we look at the quantum of women that we currently have in parliament, we look at the number of women that are going to run again. They spent 4 years, they're moving on to another 4 years. If we've had a reduction in that number, it means that we have also not done justice in actually retaining the women in the position that they are in. What does retention mean? And I think some of our leaders had mentioned that, I think the minister also mentioned that earlier. When we speak about women who would need money to actually sustain their popularity, to sustain their presence in their respective constituency, if you're able to gather funds to see how you support women that are already in position in ensuring that their popularity is sustained, their presence is sustained, their influence is sustained, so that they can run again. So these 4 different financing opportunities that is required for women in politics must be explored in actually advancing the cause of women in political leadership. And where can all of this money come from? It can come from crowdfunding. Crowdfunding, I think Madam Wimple mentioned earlier about going out on the social media to actually present your case. But I also feel that it is better when a gathering like this, an association, an organization like yourself, are speaking for women who have shown interest, women who have signified interest won, women who have won primary, women who are in the election cycle, to ensure that they have the actual access to funds through your relevant platform. And I believe that we have other platforms that exist. How can we also put all our efforts into a concerted approach, consolidating all funds that we have from different sectors, diverse sectors, bringing it into a bucket, and find a way in reaching out to the women who are currently running, whereby the funds are region-specific, they are country-specific, they are state-specific, and they are also ward or local government-specific. Because the kind of money that I need is not the kind of money that you would need to actually advance your cause in election. So it is important for us to start designing things as it is specific to a specific need, and also consolidating funds in the pool so that we can be better accountable and we can be better transparent towards a successful election. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Oyeyemi. I'm afraid I've had a note from the moderators, which is that we're running very short of time, and unfortunately, therefore, we won't be able to ask audience questions for this panel. We value both your opinions and your time, but given how short we are of time, we're prioritizing the latter. But there will be an opportunity, of course, to engage with all of the speakers at the breaks to discuss these things in more detail. But to round this panel up, I'm just going to ask one closing question for the panel, and we can go in reverse order, if that's okay. But please, if you could speak for just 30 seconds, apologies. But the question that we have is, if this forum were to agree on one concrete regional commitment today, what action should be delivered within the next 12 months to expand financing opportunities for women seeking political office?
Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, you said in the next 12 months. We do not have 12 months in Nigeria. So the next election, we just have a couple of months Election is January and February of next year, so it's already too tight for us. So I think, like what she said, if organizations can support, women now, I'm looking at what UNDP can do for Nigerian women contesting elections, because they already have their tickets. So we can say this is a particular, certain number of women that are contesting. So if we can have activities around, their constituencies, UN Women or the other donor partners, unfortunately for civil society, it's already quite late for us to start, asking for, crowdfunding, or, supporting, having a pause where we can dip our hands and support women. But in terms of training, advocacy, networking, and then campaign training school, which my organization will also be conducting, we are bringing experts from, within Africa to help women put themselves together to be able to go through their campaigns and win. So on the technical front, we are ready to support, but financial aspect, I think donor partners at this time will do it, and then we'll start early towards the next election, to be able to start putting funds together to support women. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. As I was saying, I would believe a lot in what I would call the Our Fund, the West African Women Fund for Women in Politics. If we launch that, then I think we solve the problem. Thank you.
S'il y a une première action à mettre en place, en plus de la formation, du coaching et tout ce qui s'ensuit, il n'est pas interdit de rêver. Il faut mettre en place une banque all-in pour supporter les femmes, les jeunes femmes en politique, avec l'appui du PNUD, de la CEDEAO, de ECOWAS. On peut mettre en place une banque pour les femmes en politique.
Okay, one thing that I feel we can take away from this gathering, from this leadership forum today, that can be used over the next 12 months, I align myself with Honorable Babaka, is if we're going to go through the direction of the Our Fund, the African Women Fund POS, it's just important that from this sitting, we're able to come up with a mechanism and not just a communique. A mechanism that can be implemented, a mechanism that is time-bound, that is scheduled, so that we can follow through. And I also align myself with Honorable Chief, because Nigerian election is coming soon, and even if this is going to take 12 months, we can also design something that is Nigeria-specific to meet with the Nigerian election timelines. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of the excellent panelists for this panel. And thank you also for giving your messages in such a concise way. And I think that despite the short time we had for this panel, there was actually some really insightful and tangible things that came out of it. But if you permit me just 10 seconds to say that actually I think for me the thing that really came out was not just the importance of financing, but how interlinked the financing element is with everything that we're discussing today. So that perhaps we could look, as we formulate the action plan and we look for next steps going forward, we can make sure that we're not doing singular activities to focus on the different elements and having financing alone, but that we look at the ways in which we can work together to address the interlinkages between the political party access, between digital access, between financing and all of the other, and also the other aspects that we're discussing. So that, I think, for me, is one of the biggest takeaways for this panel. But thank you so much for excellent panelists. Thank you.
That round of applause did not sound like it was for this expert moneymakers. Please, could you step forward? I mean, they just gave us a blueprint, a crash masterclass on political financing. Please, if you're sure you learned the lessons, let's bring it in together. Okay, we take the first photograph. Madam VP, if you're here, please, you join them for the photograph. And she's coming through. My money bag. $200 million. Do you have it? Our fund. My Owlin co-chair, please, ma'am. Please, could you join them too? Mr. Jide, Dr. Jide, please, could you join Dr. Okeke? Thank you very much. And of course, the woman who understands the politicking herself, the jewel of Liberia and the jewel of Africa, Her Excellency Jo Howard Taylor, to please join the photograph, please. Go ye ahead with the money knowledge and make money to run this game the way men run it. Because until the animals learn to fly without being shot by hunters, hunters will always be the victors of the story. Please, can we clap for Christine, looking very African? Look at Christine. Christine is a Niger babe. Katrina, please, Catherine. Did you see her scarf? Yes. Did you see the dress? Yes. Oh my. Did you see the excellent moderation? Catherine, thank you very much, Catherine. Thank you. Thank you. Please, can you look this way, all of you? And can you say win? 1, 2, 3, win. Okay, you want them to say money? Okay, 1, 2, 3, and we say money. The mention of money makes everybody smile. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How many of us love the Our Fund? Our fund, the money for women coming together for elections. How many think we should localize it to our different country needs? Go ye ahead and practice what you have heard. Before we go into the next panel, I think we should stretch a little. Don't you think so? Please, shall we? I crave your indulgence that we all rise. Just stand up a little. Stand up a little. Please drop everything you have on your hands. Drop them down. And then let's shake it a little. Shake it. Shake it as if you're dropping off being broke because you need to bring money for women. And then hands up. Let's punch poverty. Let's spell coconut, but I see that all of us are wearing corsets. And it's not quite good. We're going into our final panel for today. Having heard about inclusion, having heard about financing, having heard about moving from silos to collective power, having heard the Abuja Declaration, and having heard advancing young women in politics, it's now time to shape a unified regional narrative for women's political leadership in West Africa through strategic communication, digital innovation, media, and visibility. Can we say that together? Visibility. This panel will identify how a coordinated regional campaign can elevate women's political leadership across West Africa by strengthening joint communication and visibility strategies and explore concrete approaches for cascading these efforts into impactful national level actions that amplify women's visibility, transform public narratives, and generate sustained demand for women's leadership across diverse political systems, including, especially in Nigeria, periods of political transition. Our moderator is a moderator par excellence. She understands the power of galvanizing funds. She understands strategic financial gathering. She understands communication. She understands branding. She is a Nigerian by default. She just has an Ivorian passport, but it's okay. Please join me welcome to moderate this session my co-host, Ms. Hafu Tore. No, take the long walk. You were supposed to walk from this side so that I have. Yeah. Now you can from here walk. Very intelligent, very erudite, beauty with brains, with plenty money. The 230 million you're looking for election, she knows the way to get it. Please, a round of applause for our moderator. Thank you. And please, if you left your earpods yesterday, come to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please clap for Glory. Really, she's adding a lot of character and energy to this gathering, and I love it. Thank you very much. I am between you and lunch, so I'm going to be super quick, and we're going to go straight into the point. Let me call my different panelists so that we can get started. Dr. Dora Siliwa, please come to the stage. Next, we have Honorable Mwana Briggs-Mensa. So Dr. Dora is former Minister of Information and Broadcasting for Zambia. Then we have Honorable Mwana Briggs, who's a Public Relations Officer, ECOFEPA, and member of the House of Representatives, Liberia. We then have Dr. Dayo Benjamin Lani, who's the DG and CEO of the Mariam Babangida National Center for Women Development, Nigeria. Madame Bertine Ouedraogo, co-chair of the Aulin Burkina Faso chapter. Mrs. Aisha Dabo, co-founder and coordinator, Africtivist. And Dr. Toyosi Akerele Ogunsiji, founder, Rise Networks Africa. We have a very full panel with lots of great speakers, and each one of them will just have to answer to one question, and then we'll head into lunch. Please come to the stage if I've called your name for this panel. Where are my remaining panelists? Please, Catherine, Chosim, can you help me find my remaining panelists? Chosim and Catherine, please help me call Dr. Dayo Benjamin Laniyi, Madame Bertine Ouedraogo, Mrs. Aisha Dabo, and Dr. Toyosi. If they're in the room or outside, please call them in. So I'm looking at my UNDP and ECOWAS folks in the back to please call on them to join us. Because I actually don't want us to waste any time, and I already have Dr. Dora here, I'm gonna get started because I always say, when you're late, you're not at the party. So, Dr. Dora, let's start because our panel is around branding, visibility, and how important it is. So I think for our generation, we have realized the importance of this. In 2020, I decided to share my journey with people online that I'd never met. And 5 years later, I have over 60,000 people that follow me across my different platforms, right? How do we make sure that, one, this is important, and that political leadership today is shaped as much by communication as by policy, drawing on your experience in politics. Okay, they can join. We'll continue in the meantime. We don't need to interrupt. Drawing on experience in politics and the media, how can women leaders use traditional and digital platforms to shape their own narratives, challenge stereotypes, and build public trust? Please go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, leaders in the room. First of all, I'm very pleased to be in Nigeria. It's my very first time coming to this country. And you haven't disappointed. The energy from all of you, from Nigeria, from West Africa, I'm very, very pleased that Africa Leadership Network extended an invitation to myself. Also, my gratitude to ECOWAS, who facilitated my coming to this conference, and obviously your UNDP. So thank you so much. Now, to begin with, let me be direct. Politics are difficult. Politics is a very, very difficult game. And sometimes when you're unlucky, it can even get you into jail, because I have been there, so I know what I'm talking about. And this is why I think that it is important that we come together, because there is strength in numbers. There is strength in numbers. We already heard somebody saying that some women, after losing elections, sometimes feel very alone. They feel very isolated. Or when they're attacked on social media, they will feel very isolated. But I do want to echo the words of the Liberian former First Lady and Vice President, that yes, there are challenges, but we must also tell our stories, our good stories. When I ran for elections the first time, my best friend said to me, why do you want to join those people? My mother-in-law's best friend said to me, why do you want to run for politics? Why don't you let your husband run for politics? My friends in the diaspora said, why do you want to waste time in Zambia? Why don't you come back abroad? So you do feel very alone sometimes, and that is the nature of politics. Now, coming to the very subject here about how can women use communication and branding to put themselves ahead. Yesterday, I had a young lady in this room, Hadija, saying that in 2031, she would like to run for elections. That is the vision that we all have, that at some point in the future, we are going to be presidents, we are going to be vice presidents, we are going to be ministers, we are going to be members of parliament. And why do we want to get there? Because we know that it is there that the most important tool for development, public expenditure, that's where the decisions are made. And for those that said to me, oh, politics are so dirty, I said to them, good politics is what makes sure that women have access to health. Good politics is what makes sure that there's a school within 4 or 3 kilometers nearby for girls to go to school. Good politics is what makes sure that we reduce infant mortality. It is good politics that makes it possible for women to have access to loans, and that means that in the end, they actually support the family. So that young girl, Hadija, her dream in 2031, she would like to be a member of parliament in Nigeria. But how does she get there? We have to take a step back. We have to take a step back. The panel before us has just been talking about how expensive elections are. And one of the most expensive components of the elections is actually communication. And I should know, I was elected 4 times in my constituency. I was a minister of trade, a minister of infrastructure, a minister of energy, a minister of education, a minister of agriculture, and finally, a minister of information and technology. So I do know how expensive communication, to position yourself in the minds of voters and to sustain that positioning, to be elected not once, twice, 3 times, but 4 times, because many women fail to come back after the first time. Now, what it calls for is for us to be organized, to have a communication ecosystem that is organized, a strategy that is organized, a template from which we can all learn from. On a regional level, we have to change the narrative that women just want to go to parliament or be in position of power as tokens or because some men are pushing them forward. It must change. It must be based on a value system that because we are leaders and we are leaders who know what is needed for a society to develop. We need to pivot from women just talking about it's an issue of women against men, but that we have some value in society, especially contributing to economic development. Number 2, we have to use all the channels all the channels. When I first ran, WhatsApp and mobile phones were just coming into Zambia. I took advantage at that time of that technology to ensure that I use those tools for campaign. And over time, we have seen that if you're not on these platforms, especially social media platforms, you will be invisible. You need to have visibility. But we have to learn from each other on a regional level that what kind of visibility do we want? Many women are scared to get on social media because, as Charlene said from Liberia, you can truly be attacked. And I've been there. I've had every headline in the newspaper, every headline on social media. But we have to be professional and learn that it calls for us having people around us, especially these Gen Zs, who can manage your social media. We need to have templates on defensive communication, on proactive communication, on how to pivot from a bad story about you, turning it into a positive story. We have to have a repository on the regional level of the women, like the many sitting in this room today. What have they done? Where can we find their video profiles? We have to be able to know that when we communicate, we have to communicate our achievements so that other young women can learn from us. We have to cascade these from a regional level, quickly, just 2 points, from a regional level to a national level. We have to be able to get the training. Communication is a science. It just doesn't happen. We have to get that communication. I know I'm running out of time. Let me say this. When things are going well, nobody thinks about communication. Yes. But when you have a disaster, and I was a chief government spokesperson for 3 years, when something goes wrong in government, even the president is calling you and saying, how should we communicate? So don't take communication for granted.
Amazing. I mean, to be honest, I am just the designated timekeeper and I did not want you to end. But we will have the lunch time to continue to share more nuggets. But what we understand is communication is crucial and super important in politics. I'm now going to ask my next question to Honorable Muamma Briggs-Mensah. As a woman parliamentary, what opportunities and challenge have you encountered in navigating traditional and digital media? What advice will you give to women entering politics today, especially with the influence that digital media has on our society today?
Thank you. First of all, I'm Muamma Briggs-Mensah. I come from Liberia, a two-term representative, independent candidate. So it tells you I have to communicate well. Let me use this time to recognize my big sister, Madam Taylor, who is very supportive to me, my dear gender minister, and my sister Charlene. These are women that have set the stage for us, and today we are following what we follow. And let me tell you one unique thing. The three of us having to come from the same region, and we are Pele, the larger tribe in Liberia. Yeah, so I'm happy to be here with them. What have worked for me is changing the measures, not crying every time, because this is what the men want to see us cry. So when I got in politics, when people were saying I would build you school, I would do this, I just told them I've come with inclusion, relationship, communication, and that was what I came with. So if I include you in the process, you're going to get the kind of what I'm doing. And if I recognize you, you're going to get the potential within you to tell me what we can do, because you live here and you know what we can do better. And relationship, we normally run a campaign, we build a relationship with people, and then when we win, we say book appointment. I told them, no, you don't have to book appointment. Walk to my office anytime. And then communication, like you said, normally we shy away. I told them, whatever happened, if I have to vote for the bill, I will come back to you and I will let you know. And I will have an annual report, because I come from a traditional district, I come from a rural district, where Liberia, how old it is, they say my district is the second oldest district, and I'm having to be the first female representative. So you should know. So whenever there's law to affect you, take it back to the people, have a town hall meeting. And that is why we need to change the story from crying, and now tell our people and tell them, let's communicate the good things, the competent women we have, and what women can do better. Tell them women are less corrupt. If they want to argue with you, tell them, if we are not less corrupt, how many of us are even in government or elected position? So because we're not many, so we are less corrupt. Because we go there to set the basis for our colleagues to follow. And when we reach a point, when we come to digital information and innovation, we should amplify the voices of women that have done better. Speak about them. Sometimes we women, we even feel embarrassed to talk about other women that are achieved. When we speak about it, it will intimidate the men. And they will also want to even follow the step of the women that are doing better. Let's also make sure, just set the pace for all. The media be balanced. Do not handpick because they are men and they are going to you first and buy out of the stage or out of the program so you don't want to preach our own message. Let's just go with that to them. Instead of saying, oh, we are women, we don't have it. Make the playing field level for us and leave us alone. Because one thing I believe in, you don't even know the work we have. If it comes to female, do you know why we are called female? Let me tell you today. If you check on the periodic table, element number 26 is Fe. Fe. And that Fe means iron. So you know who you are? You are iron male. So why are you even afraid of the men? I don't get afraid of them. My first election, I had 13 men. I defeated every one of them. My second election, I had 6 men. I defeated them. And now they are younger again. Every day I go on the radio, I tell them, come, I will beat you again. I don't even go with sad face to start to tell you, because your communication will confident and work for you. If you start crying here in Nigeria, nobody listening to you. Because already they are made women to be subjected to them. You have to have a godfather before you win election. So if you are waiting for them to set the stage for you, you are wasting your time. Just tell them, minus money, I will communicate the best ability of myself. Just give me the stage. And I will do that. Because even Kofi Annan, he was the chair for the UN. He said, the best tools for development is investing in women. The UN mean 50% of women? No. Hillary Clinton said, the on top tools that we have right now, with talent, with better talent, is women. Did America vote for her to be president? No. So, one of the days we cry. Let ECOWAS make sure we are going to election now. The few Nigerian women that are here, go and have their airtime. Pay for the airtime. Let them appear on the radio and talk to the voters. Come up with policy. Protect them with laws that will make sure that men will not bully them. If you think you want a policy to work, because for me, this policy, ECOWAS is 50 years. I'm 50 years old, ECOWAS is 50 years. And you are telling me you want to roll the policy off the next 9 years. Are we even serious? When we sit here today, I look at the vice president. Out of 7, the president plus 4 commissioners, you only have 2 women. ECOWAS, the parliament say everybody should bring 30%. You have, for the first time, you have female speaker. The countries are still sending dominant men. Is it working? We should start from there first, before we say policy. So for me, all I have to say to you is, the message is clear. When we reach to them, tell them women are competent. We can do it better than the men. Do not judge us by our gender, but judge us by our ability to do the work. Thank you.
Oh my God, I feel so inspired right now. Look at how women are so passionate. Look at the fire, look at the ambition, and look at the success. Another round of applause, please. I mean, this is why I absolutely love meetings like this, where we actually get to learn from real experience. And also, because we're live, we were joined by one new panelist. So I'm gonna allow you to introduce yourself before I ask you my next question.
Okay, co-opted by chance or divinely. My name is Right Honorable Guinea Kato. Igbo Kwenu. former federal commissioner that represented Enugu State at the Federal Character Commission, and the president of Igbo Kwenu, the founder and president of Women of Worth Africa, and recently we just unveiled Women of Worth Cooperative Society, where we're going to make money to support women. Where we'll metamorphose into microfinance, and tomorrow there will be World Bank, owned by the women. Enough of the men having to generate, put themselves together, get a bank, and women are used to sustain the banks. This is time for us to sustain our own banks. And I'm also recently appointed by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. While I was in Liberia, I salute my mommy here, Telo, and my wonderful Minister for Women Affairs Liberia that hosted us. While I was in Liberia, I was appointed right here in Nigeria, being celebrated as the Federal Commissioner again. That's why I say Right Honorable. 2 times Federal Commissioner is what? Right Honorable.
Thank you so much.
So, Right Honorable Gini Kato. So, Federal Commissioner at the National Salaries, Income, and Wages Commission.
Thank
representing
you.
the South is this time.
Thank
Put
you.
your hands together for God.
Thank you so much. And this is great to have you on this panel because we know that Nigerians' elections are coming up. And with any election, there's opportunities, but there's also some risk. What do you think are those opportunities and risk in traditional and social media present for women seeking to participate in politics and public decision-making, especially for newcomers? So I'm thinking of the young ladies or even newcomers that want to come into this space.
The importance of social media cannot be overemphasized. I will align it with my story. Once again, I said my name is Gini Kato. While coming up in life at a point where there was nothing, I decided to become a presenter without being trained. All I did was to look at what was happening, and I became a presenter on AIT, where I go to cover events, and I come out to say, hello, you're welcome today. We are doing this at social media. And that was how I got to be known. Then I delved into the circle of politics. Contested as federal commissioner at House of Rep. They asked me to step down, but I emerged the deputy governorship candidate for APC in Enugu. And from there, I became federal commissioner. I campaigned for the president. And I used social media. I campaigned vigorously. Everyone could know, could hear about me everywhere. And at the time of reward, the men were rewarded against a woman who worked. Some of us who had that experience had given up. I never did. I picked on the same social media and started promoting Gini Kato. If I'm in Liberia, I say I'm in Liberia. If I go to speak in Ghana, I say I'm in Ghana. If I'm here, I'm posting it. So even at the point where my tenure ended last year, July, that you would think that's the end of it, I kept on being in politics and posting stories about myself. That's the power of social media. Social media is a place that you just have to be intentional. You must be intentional and be ready to be hit. But like my sister here said, if you don't tell your story, to be twisted. So I took on social media and I got beaten, seriously, bullied by the men, but I bullied them back. They gave you minister that you don't deserve. I worked, you didn't work. I delivered my unit, you didn't. You got only 5 votes. But because you had Godfather, I don't have Godfather, but I have God in heaven. And you bully me when they have given you a mandate you don't deserve. When they started forming this government, I was the only woman in the presidential committee of 5. And suddenly, I don't know what happened. Then I saw my name as a minister. How it was removed, I didn't know. But I didn't give up. I still continued to do what I was doing. But when you have what belongs to me, and you want to bully me, I will bully you back. I bullied until they removed him. Yes. So, as a woman, if they bully you, you bully back. Forget this academic look. When it comes to politics, remove it. Wear your this thing. And bring your uppers acus out. Because like she said, if you go crying, they will use you and they will dump you. But because I believe in the government, I remained where I never shifted. And I never moved. I didn't change party. Because they will settle me where I worked. And 3 years to 4 years were almost going. And here I am, saying I've been appointed by the president. Yes. And it's not just an appointment anyhow. It's a 5-year secured appointment, 5 years tenure. Yes. So you don't give up and you don't allow anybody to bully you. And don't be afraid. I always tell every woman, when you get into the circle of politics, tell yourself something. I'm a prostitute. I am this. Abuse yourself very well. So that when they start with, they use that to chase you away. Don't run. Stay there, gidigbam. But what can make you stand firm and face them is when you don't give your body.
Yes.
You will be delayed. Delay is not denial. Am I denied? Don't I have it now? But I can talk to them because they will not see what they are looking for. It's not every time women must give their body to be something. You must continue to demonstrate capacity. Continue to demonstrate capacity. Continue to develop yourself intellectually. I never had opportunity to go to school where some of you did. When your parents could afford it, mine couldn't. I did my diploma in marriage. When my children were out of school, I went back to school. Today I have my LLB. Today I have my LLM. And I'm in law school. Very soon I will wear my wig and jail all of them. On a lighter note. So I just want to encourage each and every one of you. And I want to leave this last word for you. Politics should be your plan B. Entrepreneurship should be your plan A. Yes. What do I have now? I'm financially sustained. Yes. And my members are financially sustained. With Wow Africa Cooperative Society, we already have money. If you want to take loan to contest, come and take loan. We have money. Yes. Only 5% or 3%. We want to be financially stable. Yes. But just continue to demonstrate capacity. I can tell you, soon you will be celebrated. God bless you.
Oh, thank you. I am so energized by this message because when I talk to women about being active on social media, they're always scared. Social media activists, they are going to bully me. But you heard it. Bully them back. And the second message that was so important is education. I am a fervent supporter of education. I have 2 bachelors, 2 masters, and I'm doing my PhD right now. It's never too late to educate yourself. She went as a grown woman, and today she's sitting in this panel inspiring us all. Thank you so much. I'm going, clap please, feel free. Thank you so much. My last panelist, I'm going to also give you the opportunity to quickly introduce yourself before I ask my question.
Merci, je suis Bertine Ouedraogo, co-chair de Aoline Burkina.
Merci beaucoup, ma très chère sœur Bertine, qui fait aussi partie de Aoline. Je vais te poser la question en français et si vous voulez, vous pouvez mettre vos casques pour pouvoir comprendre. En tant que co-chair de Aoline, nous communiquons beaucoup sur ce réseau et on comprend aussi l'importance de communiquer, on en a parlé tout à l'heure. Qu'est-ce que, de ton expérience déjà, et avec les différentes transitions politiques qu'il y a eu dans ton pays, quelles sont les opportunités que tu penses qu'on peut développer autour de ce network, de telle sorte que plus de personnes puissent non seulement intégrer, mais participer même de manière digitale sur les réseaux ou à travers les différentes plateformes médiatiques pour contribuer à nos ambitions, aux différentes ambitions que nous avons avec le African Women Leaders Network. Merci beaucoup.
Ok, merci pour la question. Déjà hier, il y avait une panéliste
Voilà, il faut parler dans le micro.
Sorry. Hier, il y avait une panéliste de l'AES qui nous rappelait que...
Dans le micro.
On n'entend toujours pas. Hier, je disais... C'est bon? Hier, je disais tantôt qu'il y a une des panélistes de l'AES qui nous rappelait que les temps de transition sont très particuliers. Parce que ce sont des moments de pure réforme, ce sont des moments où des repères évoluent et ce sont des moments où les choses sont remises sur la table. Et de mon expérience en tant que chargée de communication dans un pays en pleine transition, je dirais que la communication est plus que jamais stratégique. Pourquoi ? Chaque mot compte, chaque prise de parole peut être interprétée d'une manière ou de toute autre manière. Donc, il est très, très important de savoir communiquer. Donc, on en convient que les médias, que ce soit des médias traditionnels ou numériques, sont des acteurs nécessaires pour la communication. De mon expérience pour Aoline, en termes d'opportunités, parce que d'habitude, on voit les pays en voie de transition, on ne retient que le mal, le défi, les aspects négatifs. Alors qu'il faut retenir aussi certains aspects qui sont positifs. Et nous, on a une vision positive. Donc, en termes d'opportunités de communication, nous, on a opté pour le numérique. Le numérique, pouvoir communiquer entre nous, pouvoir échanger, pouvoir avoir des panels, des meetings, pouvoir faire de la sensibilisation, porter des messages au-delà des frontières et aussi avoir des plaidoyers clairs. Parce que, oui, mais de façon diplomatique, parce que chez nous, on ne parle pas tellement politique, mais on parle plus d'impact, on parle plus de changement et on parle plus de... Comment le dire, d'un Burkina meilleur. On veut tout ce qu'il y a de meilleur, de conditions meilleures des femmes. Donc, du coup, le langage, il est plus diplomatique que politique. Et comme je le disais tantôt, avec l'opportunité du numérique au niveau de Aoline Burkina, nous faisons pas mal d'activités et nous arrivons à concilier et interconnecter les 13 régions déjà du Burkina Faso avec des activités. Il y a la grande sœur qui disait il faut s'accaparer du terrain. Il faut vraiment, vraiment s'accaparer du terrain et il faut pouvoir donner de la voix aux jeunes. Et le numérique, on le sait, c'est une opportunité, la communication, les réseaux sociaux, ça nous permet, nous, en tant que jeunes, de pouvoir suivre nos dévancières. En arrivant dans la salle, il y a pas mal de femmes que je suis sur X, que je suis sur LinkedIn, que je ne connaissais pas physiquement. Mais par le biais du numérique, par le biais de la communication, il y a cette barrière-là qui est brisée. Et même si on se rencontre pour une première fois, on a l'impression de toujours se connaître. Donc, le numérique, c'est vraiment une opportunité que nous devons saisir en tant que jeunes. Mais, vous avez parlé de menaces. Ça s'accompagne bien sûr de risques et de responsabilités. Parce que les femmes sont de plus en plus, comme elles viennent comme la panéliste précédente vient de le dire, c'est accompagné de risques. Il faut assumer. Il faut s'insulter par moments parce que quand on insulte les femmes, on ne juge pas leur intellect, on ne les juge pas par leur idée, mais c'est toujours par le physique. On dit la femme de, on juge la femme par son habillement, son style, au lieu de juger plutôt son intellect. Donc, il est très, très important de pouvoir... lutter contre les violences numériques, d'autant plus que c'est un sujet très important que l'année passée... Vous m'entendez?
Oui, on vous entend.
Que l'année passée, le thème des 16 jours d'activisme 2025, c'était s'unir tous contre les violences numériques. Donc, à Aoline, c'est un combat réel et nous voulons vraiment qu'on a l'opportunité, j'ai l'opportunité aujourd'hui, et en tant que dernière panéliste, en tant que jeune aussi, porter un message qui me porte vraiment à cœur, parce que j'ai l'opportunité d'être devant de magnifiques leaders, de grands leaders et des leaders politiques. Et je commence mon attente par cette citation qui me plaît tellement, qui dit que la politique, c'est l'art de rendre possible ce qui est nécessaire. Et je sais qu'avec les femmes, c'est possible. Ce nécessaire pour moi en tant que communicatrice, c'est que vous apportez plus de considération à notre égard. Parce que oui, elles l'ont toutes dit, la communication est un volet tellement stratégique pour la politique dans toute institution, mais au même moment, elle est banalisée. Et par moment, quand on pose le budget, voilà le budget de la communication, non, ça ne va pas passer, il faut la revoir à la baisse. Alors que nous portons votre image. Il faut vraiment que vous fassiez le nécessaire pour nous inclure dans vos priorités. Et je finirai par cette doléance, et j'espère que ça a été pris en compte dans le
compte rendu.
Non, pas le compte rendu, dans l'académie de politique qui sera bientôt lancée. J'espère que vous avez pris à cœur le volet de communication dans les formations. Et que vous ferez en sorte que nous soyons là pour vous accompagner à rendre plus visible votre impact.
Merci beaucoup. S'il vous plaît, applaudissez pour ma très chère sœur de Aoline, Burkina Faso, qui a parlé non seulement des violences numériques contre les femmes, mais aussi de l'importance de la communication, de la formation et de travailler avec des experts de la communication. It has truly been my pleasure. We don't have much time because it's between us and lunch, and I know we're getting hungry. It's almost 3 p.m. It's actually 3:01. So I'm going to allow each one of you, because for me, it's important to end with a strong message. For example, my catchphrase in life is just do it. Anything you want to do, just do it. Don't think about it overnight, just start. Please leave us with your catchphrase, something that keeps you going, just 3 words, 4 words, 5 words maximum, that you want to leave the audience with to inspire us before we leave the stage today.
Thank you. The phrase that always comes to my mind is impossible is just the word for small people. You know,
Yes.
there's nothing that is impossible from Adidas. And number 2, if I can go generation to generation lessons. And I want to give Hazida, the young lady who wants to be an MP, I want to start, use myself as an example. I want to give you this book so you can learn my journey, my story, and hopefully one day you'll make it as well. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Next. Please share your words.
So again, all I can say is let's not dwell on the problem. Let's see how we can solve it.
Yes.
And the best way we can solve it is women were very difficult to credit. When you go to the bank with your proposal, they credit the men more than you. Your proposal is lying down, and that man, because he run ahead of you, get everything he can tip, and they credit him. How did we come about with village saving? Now even the bank are begging us to save our village saving money in their bank. So we are smart, we are strong, we are good at everything we do. Let's focus on our goal and move on.
Thank you.
Mine is one word and a song.
Oh. I hope the song is 5 words.
I will stick to that time, the same time you've given to us. And the word is, take the step. Every vision that will come to fruition must start with that first step. And the song is, you gotta get up. You gotta get up and make a move. Or the world will never see you till you do. Na, 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 na. Look for the lyrics. Na, 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 na. You gotta show them the real you. You gotta give them what you got. But don't let them see what you're not, because you are strong. Say, I am strong.
I am strong.
You are wise. Say, I am wise.
I am
You are
strong.
worth beyond 1,000 reasons why. And you know, and you can be perfect, baby, because no one is perfect, darling. No, 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 there's nobody in this world.
Oh, wow. We got inspired and a song. I love it. Last but not least, ma chère sœur, vas-y.
Okay. Moi, je suis très contente d'être là parce que je vous raconte mon expérience personnelle. Pour avoir
En 5 mots.
Oh, s'il te plaît. Pour avoir vécu pas mal d'éléments avec mon précédent accouchement, je m'étais retirée pendant 5 bonnes années. Et je suis revenue à travers Aoline et pas mal d'éléments. Et depuis hier, j'entends pas mal de témoignages, j'entends pas mal de messages. Et je pars confortée que je suis sur le bon chemin et que je dois plus que jamais me battre. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Vraiment, tu nous as aussi beaucoup inspirés aujourd'hui. Nous allons prendre une photo de famille et je vais appeler Mama Bineta Diop. Je vais appeler the Jewel of Liberia, the Minister of Liberia, to join us for a family picture before we break for lunch. Thank you so much for your time.
I think Madam VP has stepped out, but please, Madam Benita, the Jewel of Africa, ma'am, please join them. But let's first start with the panelists themselves. DJ, if you knew that song, you would have played it now. You gotta get up. You gotta get up and make a move. Because the world will never see you like you do. DJ, where you now? Okay. DJ, I think you should play You Gotta Move On, You Gotta Move and Make a Move. 'Cause the world will never see you till you do. Please, could you play that softly, not so loud, very soft in the background? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you once again. You have loved me for 2 days. You have carried me on your shoulders for 2 days. You just have to carry me for 30 extra minutes. And then the next time you hear me, it will be in your dreams because I'm sure I'll be waking you up. We have come to a very critical point in the convergence. Please, once again, could we give ECOWAS a round of applause? Could we give the government of Nigeria a round of applause? Could we give Aulin a round of applause? Could we give UNDP a round of applause? I see where the partiality is. Aulin had a better round of applause than all the others. I mean, what happened there? Now, could we give all of ourselves a round of applause? Could you turn to your neighbor and say, we will make it happen? Okay, could you say, we are making it happen? My two ministers of Liberia and Sierra Leone did not say it. Could you turn to one another and say, we are making it happen? Because it's very important to me that we are not just talkers, but we are doers. And as Nike says, just do it. And that's why at this point in time, to present to the delegates and participants the adoption of the Abuja Regional Action Agenda, otherwise known as RAA. Please join me welcome my own minister's special sister and the Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs of Sierra Leone, Honorable Dr. Issata Mahoy. That did not sound as if you're ready to get that roadmap.
Good afternoon. Are we not happy? Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to read the Abuja Regional Action Plan on accelerating women's political participation and leadership in West Africa, adopted at the West African Women's Political Leadership Forum, Abuja, Federal Republic of Nigeria, 31st July 2026. Preamble. We, the women of West Africa, joined by representatives of governments from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, the Africa Women Leaders Network, Ireland, political parties, parliamentarians, electoral management bodies, civil society organizations, the media, academia, development partners, and young women leaders convened in collaboration with the United Nations Development Program, meeting in Abuja at the West Africa Women's Political Leadership Forum under the theme, Accelerating Women's Political Participation and Leadership in West Africa. Recognizing that West Africa is at a critical political juncture with elections, constitutional and governance reforms, and political participation and leadership in West Africa, and political transition shaping the future of democracy, peace, and development across the region. Recalling the Declaration on Advancing Gender Parity in Political Representation in the ECOWAS region as a 50th anniversary legacy initiative, the Freetown Declaration, adopted by the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Governments in Freetown, Sierra Leone on 19 July 2026, affirming that women's equal and meaningful participation in political and public life is not only a fundamental human right, but also essential to democratic legitimacy, inclusive development, sustainable peace, and resilient societies. Conscious that the 50th anniversary of ECOWAS provided a momentum to renew a bold trajectory, sustainable peace for gender parity in political participation. Guided by the Constitutive Act of the African Union, the AU Agenda 2063, the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, the African Union Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Violence Against Women and Girls, the ECOWAS Revised Treaty, the ECOWAS Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance, the Supplementary Act relating to equality between men and women for sustainable development in ECOWAS, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the 1995 Beijing Declaration Platform to Action, the Sustainable Development Goals, reaffirming the aspiration and political determination expressed in the Freetown Declaration to work progressively towards full gender parity in elective positions across West Africa member states by 2035, reiterating its commitment to enable legal and policy reform, empower women and girls as political leaders, mobilize institutions and stakeholders, and strengthen regional evidence, data collection and management, and effective accountability mechanism, recognizing that the political exclusion is sustained by interconnected barriers, including discriminatory laws and institutional practices, the high cost of politics, violence and intimidation, unequal access to political parties and decision-making structures, harmful social norms, limited media visibility, and technology-facilitated abuse. We determined to translate this high-level political commitment into practical, time-bound reforms across the political ecosystem, including in relation to political parties, electoral systems, political finance, safety, media, leadership pathways, political transition, and peace processes. Welcoming the Africa Facility for Women in Political Leadership, including the African Academy for Women in Politics, established by UNDP in partnership with the African Union Commission and the African Women Leaders Network as a platform for strengthening the ecosystems that promote and support women's political leadership. Affirming that the implementation of this regional action plan shall be guided by the principles of national ownership, inclusivity, transparency, accountability, evidence-based decision-making, respect for the rule of law, human rights, gender parity, and regional solidarity. Acknowledging that women's political leadership is not an end in itself, but a catalyst for inclusive governance, democratic renewal, sustainable peace, economic transformation, and social justice. We, therefore, call upon our governments, regional institutions, political parties, and partners to, 1, give effect to the ECOWAS 2035 parity aspirations by working collectively and progressively towards full gender parity in elections, elective positions, and advancing parity across political representation and leadership, more broadly through time-bound national and regional targets. 2, translate the Freetown Declaration from political commitment to implementation through enforceable laws and policies, adequately financed programs, measurable targets, and clear institutional accountability. 3, address structural financial barriers that prevent women from contesting, winning, and retaining elected offices, recognizing that the monetization and escalation costs of political systematically disadvantages women. 4, create an enabling environment that guarantees women's safety, security, and dignity in political life, with zero tolerance for physical, psychological, sexual, and technological facilitated abuse. Prioritizing young women and women intersecting forms of exclusion, including women with disabilities, rural women, economically disadvantaged women, displaced women, and women in fragile and conflict-affected settings. Guarantee women's meaningful participation in political transitions, including interim institutions, constitutional review bodies, national dialogues, peace processes, and transitional electoral arrangements. 7, strengthen an intergenerational cross-border and cross-party sisterhood for women leaders through structured mentorship, peer learning, solidarity, collective advocacy, and mutual accountability, ensuring that leadership is transferred across generations and no woman advances alone. 8, promote the engagement of men and boys as allies in advancing gender equally in political leadership and fostering inclusivity, political institutions, and cultures. 9, establish regional accountability and monitoring mechanisms and support through comparable data, regular reporting, and sustained political and community management. We, in this room, we adopt this Abuja Regional Action Plan as an implementation-focused companion to and stakeholders' contribution towards the realization of the ECOWAS Declaration on Advancing Gender Parity in Political Representation in the ECOWAS region as a 50th anniversary legacy initiative. Adopted in Abuja on this day, on 31st July, 2026.
Having listened, followed, participated, does this embody what we have all assented to? Those in favor say aye. I want to hear, let's Maldives hear the aye from Abuja. Yes, Maldives, they need to hear us. Or Cape Verde need to hear from Abuja what we have agreed. Those in favor say aye. The nays did not come here. The ayes have it. And so we have a Ra, we have a Ra to run with. And it shall never be the same again. I love it that it has disability inclusion. I love it that every segment is catered to. Every demographic, educated, minimally educated, and we have agreed that we will hold hands together and make this happen for the women on the continent of Africa. And please don't forget that our bank, because it's very important. Your Excellencies, it's now time to say thank you and to give closing thoughts. But before then, Madam President, thank you so much. You've been very gracious. Your smiles have made the difference. Even when you didn't smile with your lips, you smiled with your eyes, and that is where the difference did come in. Mr. Jide, Dr. Jide, thank you. You have made a difference. My Aulin co-convener, Madam Diop, thank you very much. And Madam, our global mama, thank you very much. Permit me to thank the women of Nigeria too, who have turned in here to show how we do it. Because when we go to Liberia, we shall enjoy the same thing. When we go to Sierra Leone, we shall enjoy the same thing. Mali, Ghana, Senegal, wherever we make a stopover, it shall be this kind of sisterhood. Because when sisters work together, they remain united and they can never be broken. And in the labor parlance, we say, a people united can never be divided. Before we go on the closing remarks, permit me invite the regional president of Afao Wawa, West African Women Association, Candy Fall Tall, to please come here with her elegant tall strides for a brief remark. Please, shall we clap? Women of Nigeria, show her how we welcome the women. I need to say she looks very beautiful. The designs on her dress are intertwined, and it's so beautiful.
Bonsoir à tout le monde. Je voudrais remercier les initiateurs de cette organisation, de cette magnifique rencontre entre l'UNDP, Aoulin et la CEDEAO. Et je vais m'arrêter sur Aoulin à cause de Madame la Présidente Binta Diop, qui est, comme vous le savez, une icône du leadership. Rien que ce sujet pouvait être alimenté par son parcours. C'est au fait, dans paix et sécurité, dans tout ce qui concerne la femme en Afrique, et je parle de toute l'Afrique cette fois-ci. Puisque aujourd'hui c'est le tour de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, je peux, au nom des femmes de l'Afrique de l'Ouest que je préside, la FAO, WAWA, qui est l'une des plus anciennes organisations de lutte en faveur de la femme de cette région, me réjouir de l'invitation de Mme Diop, qui nous a fait l'honneur, en tout cas, de venir participer à cette belle initiative qui se trouve à la croisée des chemins. Nous avons réalisé des choses, nous les aînés, mais il reste encore beaucoup de choses à faire. Et à écouter honorable Anta Babakar, qui vient du Sénégal en tant que jeune député, nous pouvons être fiers d'avoir fait des choses pour la promotion de la femme. Mais il faut s'arrêter surtout sur ce qui n'a pas encore marché jusqu'à présent, c'est-à-dire le financement, la solidarité entre femmes et le soutien des organisations internationales. Voilà les quelques mots que je voudrais retenir comme étant des mots clés sur lesquels nous devons continuer à travailler en demandant à ce que les initiatives qui sont prises par Aoulin concernant l'académie et concernant le système de financement qu'il propose pour la jeune génération puissent être soutenues par tous, mais puissent être portées par les grassroots à la base, c'est-à-dire les organisations de femmes, les OSC, la société civile et les ONG de développement. Voilà ce que je voudrais donner comme message en vous remerciant de m'avoir donné la parole. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Thank you very much for your kind wishes. The remark was very brief and straight to the point. Before we take the closing remarks, please, if I call your name, know that the bankers are outside waiting for you for your per diem. From Sierra Leone, Memunatu Kome. Memunatu, please step outside. From Togo, Asiatu Titikbina Abdullahi Ebse Mohammed. That's from Togo. We have Dr. Nana Ajovu. We have Wilfred Ange Cabre. We have Yonmo Elofani. Oh, Madam President, I didn't need to call your name. We have Sisawo Jabo, Chair of Sierra Leone National Chapter. We have Afo Tore. We have Anoma Lok Andre Kocha. We have Marie-Louis Mwange. We have Carmen Gaba. Please step outside to meet the bankers for your per diem. It now gives me utmost pleasure to invite for a closing remark a son of Nigeria. His name defines the diversity of Nigeria and yet the unity. Because when people say Nigeria will be united, I say, how can Jide and Okeke disintegrate when his mother is Yoruba and his father is Igbo and there's a marriage in the mix? So please join me welcome an astute he for she and the Director, Regional Program for Africa, UNDP, Dr. Jide Okeke, for his closing remarks. Please, a round of applause for him. I still have the glasses and the earbuds. Please come for them.
Good afternoon again. I know we are very tired. It's Friday. Some people did not go to the mosque this afternoon. and I would not in any way take much of your time. But allow me say 3 things before you leave. First is a word of thanks and appreciation. I think we all deserve a round of applause. But in particular, you know, I started yesterday's conversation with a tribute to my mom, but she's my biological mom. I stand on the shoulders of several professional mothers. And I think the first I would want to acknowledge is Her Excellency Madame Benita Diop. I have come to know her from my time working for the African Union, transitioning to the United Nations, and I cannot think of any that has provided more inspiration in my professional journey. Thank you so much. And I also, of course, would like to thank all the ministers, senior colleagues, senior sisters, colleagues that are here for your commitment and your dedication. You all deserve a round of applause as well. This forum would not have been possible without the partnership we have with ECOWAS, with Arlene, and all the teams that have worked behind the scene. And I will want to pay a special tribute to my team in UNDP. Congratulations to all of you. Cleo, I don't know if you're here, Catherine, Fatih, and the rest of the team from the country office. But also the team that worked collaboratively with them, Arlene, all your technical staff, and also, of course, ECOWAS. I do not see Her Excellency the Vice President here, but just to especially thank her for her leadership and for steering this process as well. Thank you very much. So that is my first message. My second message is something that I want to do that is a bit remarkable, but I cannot sing, but I will quote what was said. I did not know until yesterday that there's a women anthem. So I have been converted, and I would like to simply spell out a sentence from that anthem, which I think is very profound. It says, "Sing the song for women everywhere.
Let it ring around the world and never cease.
And it says it's for the purpose of equality, development, and peace." We need a round of applause for that. Now, I want to say something. If we really want to sing a song for women, if we really, and we are serious about singing a song that is transformational for women, I think 4 things has to happen based on the conversation so far. I think the first that must happen is that we need to find a way of establishing a sustainable financing ecosystem for women political participation. And here is our commitment. Her Excellency Madame Diop has asked me to say this. UNDP is going to immediately put in place measures to undertake a feasibility study that would allow for us to establish and operationalize that financing system. I think that is important. That is something that has come out of this forum, which I think we will take away. I think for us to be able to sing a song for women, it is also important for women not to embark on this journey alone. I think that came out very profoundly in our conversation. So they need partnerships to succeed, and the partnership must start with women themselves. Right? It's not just the men. We need the sectors, the private sector, and other stakeholders, but it's important that we start this partnership with women themselves. And I'm hoping that this is something that can be done. I think the third thing that came out is the whole idea of inclusion. As we think about women political leadership, it is important that we do not forget the disabled. And that came out very powerfully in today's session. And I would end with one important point. The women of today must leave a strong foundation for the women of tomorrow. Intergenerational leadership is a necessity. So we need to invest in young women leaders as much as we are investing in today's leaders. I think that is important. My last point, which is number 3, is to say that UNDP is in this journey with all of us. You can be rest assured of our commitment to ensure that we support this aspiration and to ensure that this aspiration is realized in not so distant future. Thank you so much for your time and for listening.
Please, let's make that round of applause better. Dr. Jide, the part you did not hear about the women's anthem was the second verse. And I think you would love it. It says, women now are working to build a better world where the love of peace can rest on every shore, where men lay down their weapons and learn to love and share, and people work to bring an end to war. So sing a song. I will sing a song. Let it ring. And never, never cease. So sing. I will sing a song for women everywhere. From Timbuktu to Mali, from Senegal to Sierra Leone, from Liberia to Nicaragua. Equality, development, and peace. When people say that the challenges women face starts with men, we have decided that the solution that we will achieve will also come through an alliance with men. And men like Dr. Jide Okeke give us hope that the future is here. Please, let's give him a round of applause. We shall now take the next closing remark from the woman on whose shoulders Jide has stood on, but the shoulder still stands strong. It shows that a mother will always carry her child no matter how old the child is. Please join me welcome the co-convener of the African Women Leaders Network, AWLIN, Her Excellency Mama Benita Dio. And as she comes, I can recite Africa, my Africa. Africa of proud warriors and Amazons carrying men on their shoulders. Please, a round of applause to her. Your Excellency, welcome.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. It's exciting to have you. Even after the lunch, we are still dancing. So thank you so much. And really starting with Jide, you make my day, Jide. This is a dream, and we are starting. And I'm sure it will happen. I know it will happen with your team. So, let me recognize Nigeria first. The minister is not here, but I was supposed to be with you yesterday and could not make it. I will really, my apologies. And let me recognize the VP of Liberia. When you are a VP, you remain a VP, Madam Jewel Taylor. Thank you. Let me recognize my dear sister, Madame Damsien Chichibija, the Vice President of ECOWAS. I'm sure that she's somewhere, but she always be at the front for the gender agenda. She told me many times, we have to have this meeting, many times. When I say I'm very busy, she said, no, let's move it for the next month until today, because she's committed to this agenda. So really, I want you to applaud for her efforts, making everything for us to be here. Jide, to Auna, just want to recognize UNDP, but the ministers that are here sitting. Madam Minister, I observe you, Sierra Leone, Liberia, both of you. I know you. I know your country. I have worked with the Manu River region for so many years in the 90s, 1996, when nobody was going to your country. I know what you have done, and I know that you continue to do that. That's why you are sitting here all along, the 2 days long. Let me also, Madam Senator of Cote d'Ivoire, to recognize all the members, representative of the delegation, because they are representative of countries who represent their ministers, the international institution, and the local organization. Today, I think this morning I talk about some countries, but which I'm going to mention again. Burkina, Mali, Niger, the representative, I recognize you. Thank you for being here today within an ECOWAS meeting. I think it's symbolic, but we need to continue being together as women, as a movement. The members of Aulin, can you just stand? I want to see your face, all of you. Members of Aulin national chapters, thank you for being here. And the youth of Aulin, all of you. And when you go back, I'm going to, while I'm recognizing you, to ask you when you go back, if you are not a member of Aulin, to become a member of Aulin, for all of you. So I'm very pleased myself to be with you, and the chair of Aulin National Chapter. Thank you, Madam Wange, for representing me yesterday. And the Wawa, you know, I get to know the ECOWAS because Wawa was there opening the door for many of us. So thank you, all of you. So I'm pleased to be here today. As I said, since I arrived, I have been briefed on the deliberation of day one. I really think that the deliberation and the outcome of the document are going to be our guiding principle to implement this agenda ourselves when we go back home. I wanted to recognize the leadership of ECOWAS, UNDP and Aulin, and the government of Nigeria. We came to this forum, especially myself and all of you, united in our conviction that we need to accelerate the progress already made by women in politics in West Africa. You have done it. When I listened to Sierra Leone, I listened to Liberia, all the experience, but also even Zambia and other regions, we have done a lot. Women have been resilient. Our agenda have been high priority in many circles, in our government, at the African Union, but now we could see at the ECOWAS level. Today we adopt the Abuja Regional Action Plan. This is not another declaration, right? This is a call to action. This is a collective commitment to move from where we are today in terms of our aspiration and for women in politics. And I think, Jide, you have said it, we're going to build that ecosystem, the academy, but also the fund. We have a facility fund that we launched with Madam Aouna and yourself, with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and all the elders. We launched it, and it's thanks to that facility fund that we're creating now the academy. But from the facility fund, we are now going to do the feasibility study to ensure that we have the fund for women. So maybe when we meet next time, and I see bankers in the room. Can you raise your hand here? Those who are in the banking system, I saw you, you are in the bank, You are also, many of you are in the banking system, and you will contribute to the feasibility to give us your input in this. I think this has been always the vision of the Africa Women Leaders Network. We have already created within the Standard Bank a fund for women entrepreneurs. For some of you who are in business, you should apply to that fund. It exists already in South Africa at the Standard Bank. This one will be for political participation, but a fund already exists that we have already created within Standard Bank in South Africa. So I think the vision that we had, that vision is reflected in this forum that we are concluding today. I think all of you are here, all stakeholders, government, political party, regional structure, civil society, development partners, private sector, and youth women leaders. I'm sure that together we are going to implement the outcome of this forum. So the forum, therefore, is not just a talk shop for women political leadership. It's for us something tangible, a platform for action, a platform for implementation, accountability, and results to be achieved. So the responsibility now rests to all of us. We will continue together, and in particular, the government that are sitting here, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, please lead this process for all of us. We count on you. And as women leaders, it's not just the opposition, but wherever you are leading. We must continue to support one another, to mentor and lift up each other ends, to ensure that every generation is leaving a stronger basis for the next generation to move forward. My mother transmitted me the baton, my passion. So I'm sure that you are giving to your children, but also to the boys that are in our family, to have what we call the positive masculinity, which we call Jide, the he for she. So as Auline, I also commit to continue to support the implementation of the action plan. Madam Vice President, you can count on us, on our patron, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, but all the women leaders, all the national chapters, all the entities of Auline. We are together to move forward this agenda. I would like then to thank finally the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for their hospitality and leadership in hosting this important forum. Please clap again for them, Nigeria. Thank you all for your contribution to the success of this forum. Allow me also to express my gratitude to ECOWAS, all the team. Can I see the team of ECOWAS? You have done it so well. Great. Let me also, the VP team, let me also thank UNDP, all the team coming from Addis Ababa. You have done so much. Let me also thank my own team. Fatu, please stand. Can I see you, Fatu, and the entire team coming from New York, Kuluj, Milan, all of you who are around. I really wanted to thank you at the Secretariat for the work that you have done. Madam Vice President, I was just explaining how you convinced me to be here. But I admire you as a young woman being the Vice President of ECOWAS. You came many times to meet me and meet Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General, could not be with us, and Auna, to say we need to be in ECOWAS. We need to have this discussion. Before I leave ECOWAS, I wanted to leave a legacy on women political participation. You convinced me, and I'm here today with all your sisters to make it happen. This is where women are leading, the difference and the commitment, but also your impact you can make, and you have made today your print at the ECOWAS. So thank you. So, as a daughter of West Africa, I salute the West Africa women. I'm sure that the SADC women, the women from the central part, they will be copying you. Edith Banda from SADC, I'm sure you see how West Africa we are, beautifully dressed, but also intellectually sound and politically engaged. This is West Africa women. That sisterhood that you could see among us. The Abuja will be remembered, really. You know, for me, once more, I really wanted to say warm gratitude to all. Anta Babakar Ngom, who is saying next time I will be the president of Senegal. That's the determination. If you want, you will be. So great thank to the technical team and all who have contributed to the success of this event. Again, may God bless you. We are moving tomorrow to go to Rwanda, and I'm sure that most of you will be part of the academy. We have chosen 40 young women that we are going to train, to mentor, to accompany them. And let me finally say, when we launch it with GIDE, and we put the criteria to say we need 40 women, 30 women, young women in the academy, we got 1,000 applications. The need is there, 1,000 applications. We choose at the end 40 that we will, the first cohort next week. So again, spread the word. We are open. This year it will be 40. Next year we might do more. So we are together to implement the work of this academy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama Diop. Please continue to accompany her with your applause. She is the great and amazing co-convener of the African Women Leaders Network, and she's our dear mother. Thank you so much. We are nearing the end. We're going to move into another closing speech from my countrymen, de Dr. Chantal Fanny, qui est la présidente de ECOWAS Female Parliamentary Association, ECOFEPA. Merci d'applaudir pour Dr. Chantal Fanny. Nous avons malheureusement pas beaucoup de temps, donc nous allons accélérer un peu. Après le discours de Dr. Chantal Fanny, nous allons avoir la vice-présidente d'ECOWAS et nous allons enfin clôturer. Merci de garder les discours assez courts.
Excellence, Madame la vice-présidente Taylor, qui était là, mais je pense qu'il n'est pas loin. Excellence, Madame la vice-présidente de la commission de la CEDEAO, Mesdames les ministres, Madame la mentor des femmes leaders, Madame Bineta Diop, Monsieur Okeke, le Ifoshi, honorables parlementaires,
distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, alors que nous arrivons au terme de ces 2 journées de réflexion et d'échange, permettez-moi, au nom de l'Association des femmes parlementaires de la CEDEAO, ECOFEPA, d'adresser nos plus sincères remerciements à toutes celles et à tous ceux qui ont contribué au succès de ce forum. Je voudrais remercier chacune et chacun d'entre vous pour la qualité des échanges, la richesse des contributions et l'esprit de dialogue qui a animé nos travaux. J'exprime également notre profonde gratitude au réseau des femmes leaders africains, AOLIN, au programme des Nations Unies pour le développement du PNUD, le PNUD, à la Commission de la CEDEAO, à la Commission de l'Union africaine, ainsi qu'à l'ensemble de nos partenaires. Leur accompagnement constant et leur engagement résolu en faveur de la participation et du leadership politique des femmes demeurent essentiels pour transformer nos ambitions communes en une initiative concrète, durable et porteuse d'impact. Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, au terme de nos travaux, je retiens une conviction essentielle. La déclaration de Louji, adoptée par nos chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui constitue une avancée politique majeure pour notre région. Elle nous fixe une vision, elle nous donne une direction. Mais sa véritable valeur dépendra désormais de notre capacité collective à la traduire en résultats concrets dans chacun de nos États membres. La vision régionale portée par cette déclaration doit désormais se refléter dans les lois, les politiques publiques et les institutions de chacun de nos pays. À cet égard, je voudrais partager avec vous une conviction qui s'est imposée au cours de nos échanges. La mise en œuvre de cette déclaration ne peut pas reposer uniquement sur les ministres en charge du genre. Ils ont le rôle essentiel, mais ils ne peuvent pas réussir seuls. La promotion du leadership politique des femmes doit être portée par l'ensemble des gouvernants. Les ministères de la Justice, de l'Intérieur, des Finances, de l'Éducation, les institutions publiques, les parlements, les politiques et l'ensemble des acteurs concernés doivent être pleinement appropriés et s'approprier de cette ambition. Parce que la légalité entre les femmes et les hommes n'est pas une politique sectorielle, elle est une politique d'État. Ma seconde conviction est que le leadership politique des femmes se prépare, elle ne s'improvise pas. C'est pourquoi le mentorat doit devenir une priorité stratégique. Le mentorat n'est pas un acte de générosité, je continue à le dire. Elle est un devoir de responsabilité pour chacune d'entre nous. Nous avons toutes et tous bénéficié au cours de notre parcours d'une personne qui nous a encouragés, orientés et inspirés, comme le fait aujourd'hui Madame Bineta Diop. À notre tour, nous avons le devoir de transmettre notre expérience, d'accompagner les jeunes femmes, d'ouvrir des portes et de préparer celles qui exerceront demain les plus hautes responsabilités comme nous le faisons aujourd'hui. Préparer la relève, c'est assurer la continuité de nos institutions et renforcer durablement notre démocratie. Le leadership politique des femmes ne consiste pas seulement à accroître leur représentativité dans les institutions. Il consiste à permettre aux femmes de participer pleinement aux décisions qui façonnent l'avenir de nos pays, à influencer les politiques publiques et à mettre leurs compétences au service de la paix, de la démocratie et du développement. Lorsque les femmes exercent pleinement leur leadership, ce sont nos institutions qui deviennent plus fortes, plus inclusives et plus proches des attentes de nos populations. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'ECOFEPA est prêt à assumer pleinement sa part de responsabilité. Forte de l'expérience de ses membres, anciennes, actuelles parlementaires, notre association entend renforcer son rôle de plateforme régionale, de plaidoyer, de mentorat et de développement du leadership féminin. Et je remercie une des anciennes présidentes de ECOFEPA qui est là et qui continue à nous supporter. Merci beaucoup. En étroite collaboration avec la commission de la CEDEAO, les parlements nationaux, les caucus des femmes parlementaires, l'AOLIN, le PNUD, la société civile et l'ensemble de nos partenaires, nous sommes prêts à mettre notre expérience au service de notre communauté. Nous sommes également prêts à jouer un rôle de premier plan sur la mise en place d'un mécanisme régional de mentorat permettant aux femmes parlementaires expérimentées d'accompagner les nouvelles générations de femmes leaders dans leur engagement politique et leur parcours vers les responsabilités publiques. Parallèlement, nous poursuivrons nos plaidoyers afin que les engagements régionaux trouvent une traduction concrète dans les législations nationales, les politiques publiques, les budgets et les mécanismes de suivi de chacun de nos États membres. Notre ambition est claire, faire de ECOFEPA un véritable moteur de la mise en œuvre de la vision 2035. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me finish in English, please. As we leave Abuja, let us not depart with inspiriting declaration alone. Let us live with a share of responsibility. The responsibility to act, the responsibility to pass on our knowledge and experience, the responsibility to turn our commitment into tangible results. For the women of our region are not waiting only for promises. They are waiting for opportunities. They are waiting for meaningful reform. They are waiting for us to work together to create an environment in which their leadership can fully flourish in the service of our nations. Let us ensure that Luji Declaration becomes more than a reference document. Let us make it a true instrument for transformation. Let us make it the instrument for transformation, as I said, and let us hope that in the years to come, we will be able to say this with pride. We did not merely make commitments. Following this forum, we translate those commitments into concrete action with determination and conviction within our institution and for the future of our community. Thank you for your kind attention. Merci, obrigado. My parents from Warri will be proud of me.
Very, very proud. Very proud. I mean, a proud Warri girl. Area. Thank you very much, ma'am. It is well received. Thank you for the mix and the transition from French to English and to Warri. I almost was expecting to hear how Nade, but it's okay. It's okay. Your Excellencies, it's been a long road coming here. And if there has been one who has, you know, when Zara said yesterday, African mothers communicating with their eyes without using their voices, this woman has told me many instructions with her eyes without using her voice. And because I grew up with the kind of mother I grew up with, I understood the cue without needing the cane. Please join me welcome the Vice President of the ECOWAS Commission for one more time, Her Excellency, Ma'am Dametian Chinchi Bedja. Please, a round of applause for her. Please, let's clap as if we know she's almost saying goodbye.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Yes, I've been keeping my eyes on you from a distance. Excuse me. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it has indeed been an extraordinary and rewarding 48 hours of exchange, reflection, and constructive engagement. Our mission at the beginning of this forum was to deliberate on practical pathways to give expression to the ECOWAS Presidential Declaration on advancing gender parity in political representation and to identify how its aspiration could be translated into concrete actions across our region. I am therefore particularly pleased that our deliberations have culminated in the adoption of the Abuja Regional Action Plan. This action plan gives practical expression to the presidential declaration, and from the depth of our discussions over the past 48 years, the richness of the action plan, and it is evident that we are on the right path. Over the past 2 days, we moved beyond restating the challenges. We focused on the practical measures required in order to address them. We have examined the legal, political, and institutional reforms needed to strengthen women's political participation and leadership. And I strongly believe that we've also reflected on the decisive role of political parties and electoral institutions. We have identified the financial barriers that continue to limit women's access to political office as a key challenge. We have further affirmed the importance of mentorship, knowledge transfer, and sustained investment in young and emerging women leaders. We have recognized that lasting progress depends on women across generations supporting one another, opening doors, and building strong regional networks. The Abuja Regional Action Plan, which has emerged from our deliberations, is the natural step in advancing this presidential declaration. It provides a practical framework for implementation, identifying priority actions, assigning responsibilities, and establishing measures for monitoring progress across the wider political ecosystem. It also reminds us that our success will be judged not only by how many women enter political institutions, but instead by whether they are able to remain, lead, exercise influence, and deliver meaningful change for our communities. Our responsibility now is to translate the Presidential Declaration and the Abuja Regional Action Plan into tangible results. The frameworks must be carried into our national institutions, parliaments, our political parties, our electoral systems, and our communities as well. They must be supported by adequate resources, strong coordination, reliable data, and clear accountability. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to everyone who contributed to the success of this forum. To the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, thank you once again for graciously hosting us and for the warm hospitality extended to all participants. I wish to take this opportunity in order to acknowledge with deep appreciation the leadership of the Honorable Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, Minister of Women Affairs of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Honorable Beme Horace Koli, Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection of the Republic of Liberia, and the Honorable Dr. Aissata Mahoy, Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Their vision, commitment, and sustained engagement were instrumental in convening this forum and advancing our shared agenda. I also extend my heartfelt appreciation to Her Excellency, Madame Jewel Howard Taylor, former Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, for joining us today and for her inspiring words of encouragements delivered through her goodwill address. To our valued partners, the United Nations Development Programme and the African Women Leaders Network, thank you for your partnership in advancing women's political leadership across our region. I am particularly delighted that my eldest sister and auntie, Her Excellency Madame Bineta Diop, is here with us today, finally able to make it. Thank God for Askai. And it is always an honor, Madame Diop, and a privilege to share the same space with you and to draw from your inspiration and for your remarkable journey and to continue to learn from you, to learn from your breadth of experience and wisdom. Thank you very much. Thank you for your enduring commitment and to the advancement of African women. Thank you. To our distinguished guests and speakers, panelists, participants, thank you so much for the experience and for your candor and for contributing fully to these deliberations. I also extend a special appreciation to our moderators, our facilitators for guiding the sessions with skill and purpose, and to our rapporteurs for faithfully capturing the richness of our discussions, and to our interpreters, because we would not be able to understand one another if they were not here, for ensuring that language was never a barrier to participation. Thank you so much for your hard work. I also thank the protocol, communications, administrative and technical teams, as well as every colleague who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Your dedication and attention to detail made these 2 days possible. Thank you to the HCD team for all your hard work and for sleepless nights, and to all of you who traveled from West Africa and beyond to be part of this forum. Thank you for your presence and for the spirit of partnership that you have demonstrated. ECOWAS remains fully committed to supporting member states in implementing both the Presidential Declaration and the Abuja Action Plan. And we remain committed to reaching out to our brothers and sisters from the AES countries who have departed from the organization, but I strongly believe they are still with us at ECOWAS, because you can never cut those ties. We belong together. And we will continue as ECOWAS to support them, and as women, we will find ways and means to support one another and to bring our politicians, to bring our men back to the discussion table. And we will continue also as ECOWAS to leverage on our convening power, provide technical assistance, foster strategic partnerships, and promote peer learning to support member states in translating these regional commitments into actual national plans. And together, hand in hand, we can make real change happen. It has been a profound privilege to share this journey with all of you, and I leave this forum encouraged by what we have accomplished together, and even more hopeful for what lies ahead for our community, for our continent, of course. I wish you safe travels, and may God continue to bless ECOWAS, and may God bless every single one of you. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Muito obrigado. Thank you for your kind attention.
Please continue to put your hands together for our amazing VP of ECOWAS, co-convener of this amazing 2 days. A couple of housekeeping items. We want to close as quick as possible because there is afternoon tea starting at 6 p.m. Start getting yourself ready because we're going to take a group picture, all of you, in about 3 minutes. In the meantime, please do come see the ladies in the back at the reception for your per diem, for the ones that are receiving it from ECOWAS. I'm going to call on Agnes Oladun Badu Savi, Koulibaly Fatoumata, also Dr. Fanny. We also have Senator Bamba Geneba, Princess Stella Adaze, Asabe Bashir Vilita, Mrs. Memunatu Kome, Aissatou Titi Kwina Abdoulaye. We also have Dr. Nana Ama Adjovu, Wilfried Ange Cabré, Yohan Mo Elofani, Jabou Sissawo, myself, Anoma Luc André Kocha, Fofana Abdul Kader, and I believe that is all. Please do see them as they will be leaving at 6 p.m. on the dot. So, it is the end of the past 2 days. I also want to acknowledge my sister from Gambia and Senegal who felt like left out. Apologies for not having your plate. In closing, Excellencies, distinguished guests, partners, and dear colleagues, it has been such a pleasure spending the past 2 days with you. As we bring this regional convening to a close, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who contributed to the success of these past 2 days, including my co-moderator, Glory. Together, we have shared ideas, strengthened partnerships, and reaffirmed our collective commitment to advancing women's political leadership across West Africa. Today, we also mark an important milestone with the adoption of the Abuja Regional Action Agenda, which will guide our work beyond this meeting. Now, the real work begins. Let us turn this conversation into action and continue working together to create more opportunities for women and girls to lead. Thank you to our hosts, our co-conveners, our partners, our speakers, and each of you for your dedication and participation. I wish you all a very safe journey home, and we look forward to continue this very important work. Please clap for yourself as you all stand and come for the group picture, please. We're going to have all of our dignitaries and excellencies in the front and everyone else either on the side or in the back. We're going to have to do this quickly. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's get up. Let's all come to the stage. I'm going to ask the photographer, should we do it downstairs or up here? Up, okay. Up and down. Okay, so the dignitaries can stand in the front, down, and then please everyone else. So the first row stays down. Everyone else, please come up. Please, one conversation. Can we all come? We have to do this very quickly. Please, no chairs, please. No. Okay, the first row, for the people that are in the first row, they stay down. Everyone else, please come up. Ladies, quick. Please come. We need everyone to come. Photographers, please get ready. We're going to take this quickly. Only the people in the first row are staying down. Yes. Please come up. I will. Please come up. And please now, do you not all want to be in the pictures? Ladies in the back, do you not want to be in the picture? Everybody is invited. Please join us. Please come up. Please. I don't think you'll show all the way here. I won't show. Oh, so you have to. Okay.
Please, can we make room for the ministers down? Because all the ministers should be down. The podium cannot move, it's technology. And a quick reminder that our cocktail is for 6:30 p.m. Mobile phone photographers, please allow the photographer take photo. Thank you, everybody. Thank you once again. Go ye home and be good disciples of what we have agreed on. Thank you, and thank you.
I want to see my people. No. See them, they wait for me. Pass here, you know, see pass here. Jesus, I beg. Now descend with this one. Bring them over this one.
Women are longing to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere.
Oh, hello. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, please. Cocktail, 6:30 p.m. Your access is your cards. Your tags. Your tags would be the access. Please come with your tags. Without your tags, there will be no access, please. Thank you.
Women now are working to build a better world, where the love of peace can rest on every shore, where men lay down their weapons and learn to love and share, and people work to bring an end to war. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women